In addition, we are receiving presentations and public comment through a Zoom meeting platform. If you intend to present or comment or think you might be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from our staff. If you have not already received a password, you can email us now at, and I'm going to say this and then spell it out, and you can see it on your screen, agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov, agenda 5 with the ampersand, waterboards.ca.gov. That email address is agenda, and I've already gone through that. Include speaker comment in the subject line so that we can follow up with you. For those in the Zoom meeting, you'll be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. Our meeting host, Gene Coughlin from our IT team, will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you have finished speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you'll be placed on mute and your camera turned off. We appreciate your patience and understanding during this extraordinary time. I'll now introduce the other board members as follows. Denise Cadera of Allensworth. You'll wave, Denise. Carmen is not with us yet. Raji Brar of Bakersfield. Mark Bradford of Sacramento.
Morning.
Sean Yang of Sacramento. He's the one with the freshman today that is enjoying herself in a new role. Nick Avidis of Sacramento. And I am Carl Longley of Fresno. State Board Member Nicole Morgan is participating in this meeting and will give an update to the board a little later. I'll now introduce the Executive Officer, Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and State Board Member Nicole Morgan. Excellent to see you back. Today we have Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer in the Reading office on the Zoom call. We have Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in the Fresno office, and JJ Baum, Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office, joining us. Adam Lappitz may join us later on. Speaking of folks with freshmen, he is moving his daughter into her freshman year in college. So that absolutely takes priority over a board meeting. There's not many things that do, but that certainly does. So he probably will be joining us a little later, but that's what he's up to right now. We also have Kelly Garver, the administrative officer, and helping out with the technology, we have Bob Chow, Gene Coughlin, we have my assistant, Mindy Maxwell, and Janelle Brown, all pitching in to make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. We also have from the Office of Chief Counsel, Jessica Yar, Senior Counsel, Bailey Toft Dupuis, Chris Moskal, and David Lancaster, all attorneys with the Office of Chief Counsel. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Carl.
Thank you very much. Denise, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes. Ready, begin. Where's the flag?
There it is.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next agenda item 2, board member communications. Are there any communications?
Mr. Chair, I had some follow-up discussions related to scheduling a meeting with staff with the Northern California Water Association folks.
Very good. Thank you, Nick. Any others?
Yeah, Carl, you and I and Adam spoke on July 12th regarding that letter from a concerned citizen related to the Sacramento City sewer system in McKinley Park.
Yes, I got to put that on mine. That was July 12th?
July 12th.
Yeah.
I think we agreed we'd ask the city for a follow-up status report
Right,
after the next winter event.
right. Very good. Anybody else?
Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. One thing that Mark reminded me, I had a conversation with a supervisor in Sacramento County about the impacts to water quality from homeless encampments. So nothing
Very
specific.
good. Any other?
Yes, Dr. Longley. On Friday, June 18th, I participated in a field trip, Sequoias to the Slough. It was hosted by Tulare Basin Watershed Partnership. I'm a board member. The trip included us looking at the watershed, starting with the Atwell Island wetlands, Allensworth area, Pixley Wildlife, portions of Deer Creek along Highway 99 on the east, and we traveled the Deer Creek up to the Sequoias. It was quite an enlightening journey, seeing the connection from the headwaters to the lake bottom, and then just considering opportunities that exist to protect the natural course, as well as to educate the public about the need to maintain its natural features. It's a huge project that Tulare Basin Watershed Partnership is embarking upon. And like I said, it was an enlightening experience for me to travel that. I had not gone to the Sequoias ever before. So what an experience, similar to many of the things we do when we take our field trips. Also, Friday, July 16th, I participated in the State Water Board meeting where we discussed our strategic plan with the State Water Board. Friday, July 23rd, I participated in the Community Water Leaders Network session where we discussed groundwater impacts, connecting the GSMA and drought. Some of the future discussions is on the GSA addressing well impact mitigation, and which is key to the GSAs to get a plan in place to deal with the water shortages during the times of drought. And then also Tuesday, August 10th, I participated in another Community Water Leaders Network roundtable, and this was on the water and wastewater arrears payment program. Leslie Lawton of the state board presented the timelines and requirements and implementation for the water debt relief effort. So those are my updates, and then you will be discussing the other one. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Any others? Okay. Well, a whole bunch of dates, 22, 29 June.
Dr. Cal?
Yes, Sean, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just a couple brief ones. I reached out to the Central Valley, one of the nonprofit organization leader, Langshang, about the Southeast Asian, the disadvantaged community farmer, about our meeting that maybe took place in January or February. He alluded that late January or February might be best for the farmers. That's my communication with him. And in July 4th, I pay a visit to the fire in this Siskiyou County and have an opportunity to speak with the local chief chef, LaRue, about water issues and visit some of the fire area. So just want to throw that in there.
Thank you, Sean. Does anybody have anything else to add? Not then, I'll go ahead. Both Denise and I have been involved in numerous meetings with State of California personnel, including folks in the Division of Drinking Water. local officials, and other stakeholders regarding the development of the planning for special districts for both the Stanislaus County area and the Southwest Tulare County area that lies away from a municipality. And the purpose of these meetings is to provide water-related services, including safe drinking water, wastewater treatment, and groundwater recharge to DACs that are we're referring to as outlying DACs. And basically, this is a one water approach that we're hoping to take. On 12 July 2021, I participated in a Salinity 5 meeting discussing CV Salt's administrative issues with CV Salt's leadership. On both 12 July 21 and 2 August 21, participated in the monthly regional boards chairs meetings. 16 July 2021, participated in meeting of State Board and Central Valley Regional Board leadership to overview programs, identify areas of concern, ensuring joint projects are well coordinated, and culminating my activities during this last period with today's meeting. And of course, on 12 July, as I mentioned earlier, I missed the one on Mark and I talked to a concerned, together with Adam, talked to a concerned citizen about their issues. And on the 16th of July, Bruce Hodeshell called me in regards to an item that is on the agenda, and we'll be talking about that later. Thank you. John, you're up. Do you have anything to add, or?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 3, State Board liaison update, and I'd like to call upon State Board member Nicole Morgan to give an update to the board.
Good morning, Chair Longley and Vice Chair Kadera and members of the board. I'm excited to be here today as your new State Board liaison, and I'm looking forward to working with the regional board again. Let's see, so there are several updates today. So the State Water Board has a drought website which provides information on regional drought responses, water board actions, financial assistance, and reporting tools. Please take a look at the website and send any feedback that you have to drought@waterboards.ca.gov. On August 2nd, the State Board issued I cannot talk this morning, sorry, curtailment orders for 861 water right holders in the Upper Russian River. Down in the Delta on August 3rd, the State Board adopted an emergency curtailment regulation for the Delta watershed. The emergency regulation must be approved by the Office of Administrative Law and filed with the state secretary before it becomes effective, and curtailment orders can be issued. Of the 6,600 water right holders in the Delta watershed, approximately 5,700 could be ordered to curtail diversions as early as this month under the authority provided by the regulation. The remainder who hold older water rights or riparian rights could be subject to curtailment if conditions worsen. On July 16th, staff released a draft emergency regulation for the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds, and public comments due on July 23rd. The comment period ended on August 12th, it was yesterday. On August 17th, the State Board will consider emergency regulation for adoption. As Vice Chair Kadera stated, there is a new California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program. The State Board is developing the program to distribute $1 billion in relief to reduce customer water bills as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In early August, the State Board opened a survey for community water systems to inform the funding allocation and program eligibilities. On August 19th, staff will provide an overview of the program. The Division of Water Quality has been working on the statewide registration order and establishes a streamlined permit process for specific types of environmentally beneficial registration activities. On June 30th, the State Board released the proposed order and draft environmental impact report for public comment. On August 4th, the Water Board held a public hearing to hear oral comments. The comment period ends today, August 13th. The Division of Water Quality has also been working on an update to the statewide construction stormwater general permit. The permit regulates stormwater discharges associated with construction activities disturbing 1 or more acres. The State Board adopted the existing permit in 2009, which has since expired and has been administratively extended until the effective date of the reissued permit. On May 28th, 2021, the Water Board released a proposed statewide MPS construction general permit for a 60-day public comment period. On June 9th and 10th of this year, staff held 2 public workshops to discuss the content of the proposed permit reissuance. On August 4th, the State Water Board held a public hearing to hear oral comments. The public comment period also ends today on August 13th. The Division of Financial Assistance so the State Board's Division of Financial Assistance has been allocated $1.385 billion for water infrastructure funding. This on August 18th, the State Board will hold a workshop to discuss this. The item proposes the authorities for the Division of Financial Assistance to administer $200 million of the funds, $100 million for drinking water projects, and $100 million for wastewater projects through existing funding programs. Additionally, the item proposes to authorize TFA to transfer $50 million of the water recycling funding appropriated for the Pure Water San Diego's North City project. On August 6th, the State Board released the draft 2021-22 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. On August 18th, the State Board will discuss the plan at a board workshop. Public comment ends on August 27th. The Safer Advisory Group advises the State Board on Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund expenditure plan and other related safer policies. On July 6th, the advisory group application window opened, and August 4th, staff held a Safer Advisory Group workshop. The application period ends on August 31st. Yesterday, the advisory group held a public meeting to discuss the needs assessment and the fund expenditure plan. So that concludes my report. I'll pause and see if there are any questions.
I just say welcome aboard, Nicole. It's good to have you. We didn't know who was going to replace Tam, but we are certainly appreciative to see your face. And I was glad to hear you made the comment about the money coming in for water, safe drinking water, and wastewater treatment. I mean, those are some of the things that Dr. Longley and I have been attending meetings for, and it's definitely important to make sure that small systems, water systems, and communities, disadvantaged communities, have access to safe drinking water and wastewater treatment, and the funding that you spoke about earlier will certainly be something to help in those areas. So appreciate your presentation this morning, and again, welcome.
And Nicole, I join Denise in welcoming you to front of the board in your new role. We're certainly glad to see you there. Likewise, type of thing that Denise and I are trying to do is critical in that a lot of money has been put into small communities in the past that don't have the capability of managing their systems. And what we're seeking is an approach that will, in fact, make those systems viable and sustainable over a period of time, for a long, long time. And and that's a real challenge because there have been so many failures in the past. We don't want to see failures. We want to see successes. But thank you for your report. It was a very, very thorough, and we always like to hear about funding being available. Yes. Are there any other questions or comments by board members?
I just want to welcome you, Nicole, and congratulations on your new appointment. It's really awesome. It's good to see you again, and look forward to chatting with you at all of our board meetings. And again, just super congratulations. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. Congratulations, and look forward to meeting you in person. Frankly, I look forward to meeting everybody in person at some point.
Someday, maybe. Hopefully we get out of this before the next period comes. Any further comments or questions?
Well, I'd like to join the group and say congratulations, Nicole, and look forward to meeting you in person as well. And thank you so much for your thorough report. Appreciate it.
Very good. Moving on, we'll move on to agenda item 5. Executive Officer's report. The Executive Officer will provide an update on the office.
Perhaps agenda item 4 first.
Oh, agenda item 4. Thought I was on agenda. Oh, I missed public forum. I turned to agenda item 4. Patrick, I am just so anticipating your report. I was trying to get there. Okay. In fact, we do have some very important comments on agenda item 4, the public forum. Mindy, I see you put up 2 folks, Vivian Cow and Alex McDonald.
Yes.
We'll take Vivian Cow representing Senator Shannon Grove.
Hi, my name is Vivian. Sorry, I'm not ready for the video portion of this yet, but just wanted to introduce myself and thank you for allowing us to be a part of this meeting. I believe it's our first time joining the Central Valley Regional Water Board's meeting. So thank you, and thank you for the updates. We were just curious to see, just what the reaction is, if any, from constituents or anybody that you've engaged with about the borrowing of the water usage, the decision on August 3rd. And I guess I open that to everybody, whether it's the state liaison or to the water board itself. Just any reactions you've seen or any, requests or any of that stuff.
Well, I haven't had any except that the work that Denise and I are doing are in water short areas. And what we refer to as the one water concept, where you consider groundwater recharge, you have to treat the water within a water basin as one water, and recognizing what happens somewhere impacts somebody somewhere else. But Patrick, has the board received any comments to answer Vivian's question?
I think Ms. Cow was talking about the curtailment regs.
I think so too, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry, I should have confirmed or clarified that.
Yeah, so, from our perspective, there's very little interaction directly about the curtailment regs. That's mostly directed at the State Water Board. Certainly, we have communities throughout the valley that have a variety of different opinions as to the health of the rivers, the health of the ecosystem, and the ability to continue growing crops and sustainable food in the valley. All those issues come together and all have a direct effect on water quality. But with respect to the curtailment regs themselves and any curtailment orders that are coming through from that, I think, to be quite frank, I think most people are polite and don't tend to raise such a controversial issue if they don't have to. And since we don't have the regulatory authority over those curtailment orders, I think they save some of their comments for the State Water Board. I'm sure Nicole's staff is hearing an earful, and I know they've received a barrage of comments. But for our agency, it's very little. It's just kind of the type of thing that comes up in conversations as something that folks are dealing with, but not the pointed comments I'm sure that the State Board is getting.
Thank you very much, Vivian. We'll call next Alex McDonald.
Yep.
And Alex is with the Central Valley Regional
Yeah.
Board.
Yes.
Engineer.
Dr. Longley, members of the board, Mr. Palupa, I'm here not on speaking on Aerojet or any of those things I normally come to talk to you about. I'm thanking you for a few minutes of your time here. I'm taking this opportunity to honor an outstanding individual who was taken from our water board family way too soon. Tom Pinko served with distinction during his 30+ years at the Central Valley Water Board. He was an essence of what the water board employee should be. A man of his word, he was honest, and one could never doubt his integrity. His door was always open, even when he served as an executive officer. He was a mentor, an engineer, a lawyer, a musician, a friend, and a teammate, a consummate professional. Excuse me. I missed my chance to say sufficiently thank him when he was here. I will always regret that. For some reason, my videos aren't on, but if you can see me now, today is a Friday. Fridays are the days that Tom Pinko's always wore a Hawaiian shirt. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt in his honor. So thank you for your time. And that's all I have to say.
And thank you, Alex, for just discussing Tom once again and talking about him as a person and what he brought to this board. Are there any further comments?
I would echo my appreciation, Alex. You know, there are role models for how this job is performed. The openness and the warmth with which Tom served, you know, rubbed off on all of his employees. Everybody I know speaks exceptionally highly of his professionalism, of his generosity, and of his compassion. In an era that was a little simpler for the board, but you know, it required a lot of intellect, and you know, he was an extraordinarily capable individual that really helped make this board what it is today. And thank you for that memory. You know, I was limited in my interactions with him. You know, I certainly met him a number of times, but truly an inspirational figure for many people who passed through this institution.
Thank you very much, Alex. With that, we're ready for the Executive Officer's report.
Absolutely. And so, Carl, members of the board.
Did we do the minutes? Do we do the minutes? Approval of the minutes or no?
I have no minutes.
Okay.
The minutes are agenda item 6, Denise.
Okay, sorry.
They're coming up. In terms of the executive officer's report, I'd like to lead off, and Carl, have you received the resolution?
I have.
Okay, I'd like to lead off this portion of the meeting with a tribute to someone who also had a huge impact on the board, a number of the board staff, on myself personally, and really is being honored here today for his service with the board, for his geniality, and really for just being an all-around incredible person and role model here at the regional board. I'm talking about Brian Newman, who recently retired as the head of the UST program. And I will turn it over to Dr. Longley for a tribute resolution that will be given in his honor, in Brian's honor. I will say that, you know, when I started as an attorney, there was a couple programs that I was initially assigned to One of them was the UST program. And so I cut my teeth learning a lot from Brian about how things worked, about the best way to get the job done, and to really, understand how my application of my legal skills could complement the engineers and other staff that were working at the regional board. And I'm truly grateful for him and for his guidance through that. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Longley for a reading of the resolution.
Thank you, Patrick. California Regional Water Board resolution of appreciation for Brian Newman. Whereas Brian Newman spent nearly 36 years at the board, from the time of his Sacramento State graduation as a civil engineer until his retirement in December 2020. Alex McDonald and Brian were the last two regional board staff remaining from the days of working downtown at 32nd and Ness Streets in a converted Safeway warehouse. Whereas Brian began his regional board service in January 1985, at a time when staff were not relegated to a single program, and he was an area engineer for Glenn, Colusa, Nevada, and Yolo counties, regulating leaking underground storage tanks, or USTs, also regulating wastewater treatment plants, landfills, industrial facilities, and contaminated sites. Whereas Brian was assigned to the UST program in its infancy in October 1990, when the regional board ceased area assignments and reorganized into functional units. Brian was promoted to Senior Water Resources Control Engineer in the UST program in December 1999, when the site cleanup program split into two sections, one focusing on petroleum cleanups and the other on solvents and other hazardous materials. Whereas in January 2005, Brian was promoted to Supervising Water Resources Control Engineer and became the Storage Tank Program Manager, a position he would hold for 15 years. With the aid of the low-threat UST case closure policy, which was promulgated by the State Water Board in 2012, Brian oversaw the cleanup and ultimate closure of nearly 90% of the UST contamination cases in the region. Whereas Brian spent 36 years with the Central Valley Water Board as a result of his high-quality work and outstanding programmatic leadership, rarely appeared before the board. That was an impressive feat, not appearing in front of us so often. Whereas when Brian started his career, neon clothing was in style, and he arrived for inspections in a state-issued Reliant K. That was part of the Chrysler Corporation bankruptcy bailout that did not have a radio. So staff, therefore, was not distracted. At his retirement, face coverings were the biggest fashion rage, and he had one of his staff borrow a charger in the Cal EPA garage when the electric Ford Focus, which is part of the climate change bailout that they were driving, needed a charge to make it back to Rancho Cordova. Therefore, be it resolved that, one, the members of the Regional Water Quality Control Board and staff respectively extend to Brian, on the occasion of his retirement, our sincere thanks and appreciation for a job well done. And two, the Central Valley Water Board wishes Brian Newman the best in his future endeavors. Signed by myself and by Denise Cadera, as well, and unanimously adopted at the 576th regular meeting of the Central Valley Water Board. Thank you. And thank you, Brian, for a job well done.
I just add, I had a long relationship working with Brian on the underground storage tank program up in Yosemite, and he brought a lot of rationality to the whole process in a pretty challenging environment. There was a lot of scrutiny over that program, and it was just a pleasure working with him and getting a lot of those sites closed on a timely basis. So appreciate it, Brian.
Ryan, you're able to unmute yourself if you care to.
Well, I want to thank everyone. It was a very wonderful 36 years. And I really appreciate the work that the board does and their willingness to listen to staff and proceed. Like I said, this was a career that probably wasn't one of a lot lined out when I was in school, but it was very rewarding working underground tanks and with the board. So I appreciate it. I want to thank you all. And like I said, and I too will miss Tom Pinkos. Thank you.
Certainly. And I think it's amazing you started working in that Safeway warehouse. I was working in a completely different job, working for the federal government, and came down to challenge you guys. You weren't aboard yet. That was back about 1975, but it was not the best place to be working, that's for sure.
The whole office had to share 3 windows.
Okay. Well, once again, thank you very much for your service, and it's been very fruitful, certainly. And what you did with the UST program is something to be proud of. Any further comments from board members? Thank you, Brian. And we will move on with the executive officer's report.
Thank you very much, Brian. Can't wait to see you when conditions improve in the world. We've got a few other awards to be given out today, a variety of Superior Accomplishment Awards for staff. First up is Katie Carpenter. Is she available? I don't know if she's in the list.
I don't see her in the list, Patrick.
See if she has confirmation that I hear Bob in the background.
I don't see Katie.
I think we'll proceed anyway. It's certainly a little different when things are in person, but I do absolutely want to recognize Katie Carpenter for her work in the non-15 permitting program in the Fresno office. Katie Carpenter is a tremendous asset to the non-15 or waste discharge to land program. Katie's attitude and work ethic, in addition to her in-depth knowledge and experience with the water board, allow her to take on some of the most challenging tasks that the office encounters. Katie consistently demonstrates her ability to be the lead staff on complex projects and provides thorough review, allowing management to make well-informed decisions. Management consistently receives high praise for Katie from both the public and from her coworkers. Some of the projects that Katie has worked on recently include drafting waste discharge requirements for a pistachio processing facility, issuing a notice of applicability and monitoring program for a recycled water general order and low threat waiver, issued multiple rescission orders, completed a review of a reported waste discharge for a new pistachio facility, processed a CEQA document for a modification to a winery, processed several Public Records Act requests, started reviewing 2 nitrate initial assessments for the new nitrate control program, handled multiple inquiries related to the CV salts and local agency management programs under the OTS policy, and working with a potential discharger on a new discharge of slurry waste to a lined pond. We are very fortunate to have Katie working at the Central Valley Water Board, and she is well deserving of this recognition. And I personally know that all of the waste discharge requirements that I've worked with Katie on show an incredible attention to detail, as well as a really good understanding of what it takes to have an enforceable order that regulates the waste to protect beneficial uses. So congratulations for the Superior Accomplishment Award, Katie. It is well deserved. Next up is Marissa Bosenko. Is she available? I have to make sure to get them on the Zoom call.
She is here and she's unmuted.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Marissa. This is another one of these board staffers who's a recent addition, relatively recent addition to the board team. She joined the Central Valley Water Board's Reading office as an office technician in March of 2020, which is a very auspicious time to join the water boards right before the emergency telework requirements went into effect. Despite the challenges of getting up to speed on the office administrative procedures during this period, Marissa quickly dug in and got to work. She completed all the required training, gained a firm command of internal processes, including those associated with document production, ADA compliance, facility management, and fleet maintenance. She quickly established rapport with the State Water Board, Rancho Cordova, and Fresno administrative professionals and took on several special assignments. In March 2021, just 1 year after Marissa was hired, her only full-time associate went out on maternity leave. Since then, Marissa has balanced the demands of her own responsibilities along with those of her associate, including procurement, IT support, and assistance with hiring, onboarding, and training of new seasonal clerks. Recently, Marissa worked with the board's administrative officer and State Water Board personnel to develop stepwise procedures and workflow to assist the board's management team in meeting ADA compliance obligations, and subsequently helped roll out the plan to the board's executive management group and leadership team. In a little more than a year, Marissa has proven to be a valuable member of the board's Reading office and its region-wide administrative program. She is conscientious, dependable, and well-respected among her peers and managers alike. Marissa always has a great attitude and her program knowledge is highly valued. She is most deserving of recognition for her work and her contributions to the Central Valley Water Board. And again, I know personally from talking with Kelly Garver, our administrative officer, that Marissa has been that critical link to the Reading office, even amidst all of the pandemic protocols. Congratulations, Marissa. This award is well deserved.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Is Brandon Salazar on? Double check. I think I see his name.
Yes, Brandon's here.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Brandon. Brandon works in the dredge and fill program in the Fresno office as a water resource control engineer. He started work in an extraordinary year where multiple significant events impacted the program. He approached these following events with a positive attitude and an inquisitive mind. Within his first 2 months, he successfully transitioned his on-the-job training to a teleworking environment due to the COVID pandemic. The Dredge and Fill program began implementing new landmark statewide procedures in June of 2020. In the 2019-2020 fiscal year, the Fresno office received a record number of dredge and fill applications, in part due to the new regulations. Brandon managed to produce water quality certifications in a timely manner, all while learning the new program. In addition, new federal regulations went into effect last September that radically changed the process and shortened the time frame that the board was allowed to issue water quality certifications. Furthermore, a staff retirement placed an increased workload on Brandon, who has been the sole dredge and fill staff for the Fresno office since December. In addition to successfully meeting the above challenges, Brandon, on his own initiative, worked to create a GIS-based tool to display key information on dredge and fill sites throughout our entire region. He presented this tool to our other offices, and it was well received. This tool has the potential to help prioritize program work and quickly visualize active sites. Brandon's continued willingness to roll up his sleeves and dig into program issues while also moving things forward is very much appreciated. He is frequently looking for ways to improve program efficiency, and we are fortunate to have Brandon working at the Central Valley Water Board. He is well deserving of this recognition. Brandon, congratulations. I look forward, as I think some of the board members have noted, I look forward to the day when we can meet in person. Your work has been highly recommended by multiple staff who worked with you. Your professionalism has been exemplary, and just want to repeat the congratulations.
Thank you, guys. I've had a good experience with the Region 5 across all offices. I was fortunate enough to just get into the dredge and fill training in Sacramento, and I was able to go to Reading and meet the team. So just again, thank you all.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Brandon. Last, but two more awards, actually. First, Brittany Elliott. She on?
I don't see her, Patrick.
I know several staff are also streaming this live, so here's hoping that is the way that Brittany is going to be receiving this information. Brittany is in the administrative unit of the Rancho Cordova office, and I honestly cannot thank her enough for the work that she's done for the employment of many new staff. Brittany Elliott has worked for the regional board for about 2 years. She serves as an associate government program analyst in the operations unit in the Rancho Cordova office. In the short time Brittany has been with the Water Board, Brittany's contributions have been invaluable as she consistently produces high quality and accurate work products. Brittany is very approachable and extremely knowledgeable in HR practices and protocols. Brittany's friendly demeanor, grace under pressure, and her excellent work ethic to assist staff in each office does not go unnoticed. In just 2 years, Brittany has recommended valuable changes in Region 5 HR practices, developed valuable position HR reports, been a valuable resource in navigating the challenging ERPA, that's Request for Personal Action processes, and offers a great help in updating vacancy reports, organizational charts, the ERPA tracker, and more, all while maintaining an excellent attitude, friendly demeanor, and reinforcing the customer service goal of the overall administrative team. Brittany has made excellent suggestions to the administrative unit on how to improve HR practices, followed through on her workload, and went above and beyond by producing a high-quality work product that was both superb and timely. One of the hallmarks of excellence is the unsolicited praise admin supervisors have received from various staff who have been helped by Brittany. When you're in close contact with many staff, it is important that you put staff at ease as you deal with their personal and confidential information. Brittany accomplishes this with extreme professionalism, making staff feel comfortable as they pass along personal information. Brittany filled big shoes when she was hired to replace Steve Thompson and is creating her own Region 5 legacy. In summary, Brittany's tremendous work ethic, ability, drive, and professionalism are assets to the Administrator Support Program and Region 5 overall. Again, as many of the board know, one of our biggest challenges over this past year has been hiring, the constant stop and start with hiring freezes, new positions coming online, a slate of retirements for folks who felt that now was the time to make their exit from the board. And the linchpin of all of that was Brittany's work and Brittany's work with the administrative unit. So nearly all of those new staff, those new faces that you see, the new faces that are getting those awards in the past couple of years, those in some way or another, Brittany helped them become members of the Central Valley Water Board. And for that, I absolutely thank you, Brittany, for all your work. And this is absolutely an honor well-deserved.
So for all of the folks that you honored today, Patrick, I'm sure I'm speaking for the board. We thank you very much. It shows also that even in tough times now, or it'll certainly abnormal times when because of COVID, this board still stays extremely productive. The board staff is second to none, top notch, and we thank you very much. And I invite the board members to join in with me to.
Oh, there's one more award.
One more award.
Yeah,
Sorry, I thought that was the last one.
One more award is going out to Sean Walsh. I don't know if he's, yeah, I think I see his name on the Zoom list.
Sean's here.
There we go.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Sean?
It's going good. Thank you.
All right. Sean works in the confined animals unit in the Rancho Cordova office. Sean's incredible dedication in so many areas to help the Central Valley Water Board maintain excellence in the confined animals unit. Sean sets the bar for excellence and fills a key role for the unit as an indispensable resource. Sean consistently continues to provide outstanding technical and regulatory support as part of the enforcement team's productive efforts to bring several dairies into compliance with the Dairy General Order and individual waste discharge requirements. His attention to detail and vast knowledge of how each dairy operates were instrumental in the team's recent success in adopting several cease and desist orders. He is also diligent in following up on key deliverables and actions required by dischargers under CDOs to ensure compliance. In addition to his work on formal enforcement orders, Sean continues to inspect dairies and perform his other duties in a very busy unit. His team approach is greatly appreciated. Sean's mentoring and sharing of knowledge with other staff increases the unit's overall productivity. During facility inspections and investigations, Sean often engages with dairy owners and operators who are at times hesitant to communicate with regulators. However, he has developed a reputation for fairness and consistency. His professional approach is greatly appreciated. We are very fortunate to have Sean working in the Confined Animal Facilities Unit, and he is well deserving of this award. Congratulations, Sean.
Thank you.
John, I include you in the comments that I've already made. And you guys just do a tremendous job. I invite the other board members, join me in a round of applause to congratulate you on what you've been doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I see Danny Gaiman, Sean's supervisor, raising his hand. You can unmute him for a second.
You can unmute, Danny.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to get in on the round of applause.
Fantastic.
I've been here since March 2021, and it's been a joy and a privilege to work with Sean and the rest of the unit. And he really is a consummate professional, and I really rely on him, and I really am thankful for this award for him.
All right, and a quick note from Brett too, Brett Braidman.
Yeah, hi, Patrick. I just want to echo what you said about Brittany Elliott. Brittany was on the call, but she had some problems unmuting. So she heard everything you said.
Fantastic.
And Kelly and I were, 100%. She has been a tremendous asset to Region 5 and all three offices, filling very big shoes, as you might remember, Steve Thompson, who did that for a number of years. So thank you for the accommodation.
Awesome. And thank you so much.
Dr. Longley, I'd just like to comment. I mean, it's such an honor to have the staff that are acknowledged and receive the awards. They do such a dynamic job. And those that don't receive the awards, I mean, we have a great group of people. So I'm really pleased to see the recognition that they're getting today, and congratulations to all of them. And congratulations to the retiree as well. So we're delighted for the success and accomplishments of our team.
Thank you, Denise. That is so true. Any further comments?
I would just like to say I appreciate as well. It's easy to get on a Zoom call, once every couple months, review agendas and meet with staff. The real work happens obviously with the staff. So again, just want to extend my personal thank you and appreciation to all the hard work and effort, and congratulations on the retirements.
Any further comments? With that, Patrick, is there, well, first of all, I'd like to ask board members if they have any comments on any items in the executive officer's report. Which, by the way, shows that folks are still out there hustling real hard, protecting water quality. I want to thank them for that.
It is quite incredible. Most of the Most of the targets are tracking very similar to where the targets were pre-pandemic, with a bit of a blip occurring last year, not this fiscal year, but last fiscal year when the shift happens. I think the board has adapted incredibly well to the new environment. And just kind of a quick word. I know I discussed it with a couple of the board members beforehand. We are still planning on having an October board meeting in person in Reading. Of course, we are tracking all sorts of governor's developments with respect to executive orders, with respect to public health orders, any changes to legislation that would enable hybrid meetings. All of that we're going to watch very closely, very carefully, and certainly inform you, members of the board, if there are any changes to the directives provided there. I'd also kind of briefly note, just for your purposes, that the way that this organization is structured, we're currently beginning to implement a new policy with respect to masks and vaccinations. And the whole concept is that, as you've heard, state employees, just like the members of the board staff, will demonstrate confidentially whether they have been vaccinated or not. And if not, or if they choose not to disclose, then they will be subject to testing requirements, which are still being worked out by our HR and with the unions and things like that. So that is currently where the status is. I know the management team has been constantly kind of in a state of adapting to new challenges of new directives. That's the current status. I certainly hope by October, I'll have more to fill you in on what the current status is. Hopefully, any surge due to the Delta variant will be behind us by that point, and we'll be certainly well on our road to a sense of normalcy. But that's kind of my update. There's quite a lot in the executive officer's report, as usual. I have to give a lot of thanks to all the program managers and Mindy, who's been instrumental in assembling this, and Janelle has pitched in a little bit too, but I think this is really a team effort to put this document together for you. And certainly I'll have a more comprehensive summary of the individual programs later on this board meeting when I give the state of the region address to you, which I do every August. But certainly if you have any questions about issues in the EO report, I'm happy to answer them, or at least find out the answer for you if I can't answer it off the top of my head.
Any questions or comments by board members? Well, hearing none, thank you very much, Patrick. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item 6, approval of the minutes for the prior board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Chair. Member Abdus.
I have a correction. At the very last page, item 23, I think we have 2 vice chairs on that page, and it should just be one. I think Vice Chair Ramirez was there twice. So I think it's at the top of the page. So that was the only correction that I saw.
So Nick, would you accept that change?
Of course.
Very good.
I'll second the motion with that correction.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Brewer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Abdus.
Yes.
We do not, do we have Carmen? No. Okay, and Chair Longley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. We'll move to agenda item 7, the uncontested calendar. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider uncontested items 12 through 15. In addition, item 11 is not being contested and will be considered as part of this item. So we're looking really at items 11 through 15. Mindy, has anyone submitted an email requesting to comment on any of the uncontested items?
We do have some uncontested on the spreadsheet, but for the uncontested items, they've either indicated they will raise their hand or they were just listening.
So we have nobody wishing to speak to this board on any of the uncontested items.
I see no hands raised.
Thank you, Gene. Very good. Are there any late revisions?
No late revisions.
Dr. Longley.
I understand there are no late revisions. Very good. I'll go ahead and close the hearing. And I open for a motion in a second.
I'll move approval.
Nick's moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mark seconds. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Burr,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Avdis,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes, motion carries. Before we go into the irrigated lands item, agenda item 8, I'm going to call it's about 2 after 10. Let's be back in ready to go at 10 after 10, and it'll be agenda item 8, the irrigated lands regulatory program resolution to exempt the Goose Lake sub-watershed, and we're taking a brief recess.
Hey, Dana, are you here?
Dana is here. I see her, but
She may have stepped away.
oh, there she is.
There you are. Hey, Dana, I was wondering if you wanted me to run that presentation or if you plan to.
I can do it if that works.
Sure. Yeah, if you
Should
have
I
any
put it up
trouble,
now?
you can have it loaded. Good idea.
Does that mean share screen now?
Hold off on that till they come back. But if you have any trouble, let me know and I can run it from here as well.
Hey, Jean, is it okay if Goose Lake does a quick sound check?
Sure.
Herb, did you want to try that, Herb, if you can hear us?
You may unmute.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Perfect. We can hear you just fine.
Oh, great. Thank you.
There's a little bit of an echo unless there are two of you talking at the same time.
There was a little bit there.
Oh,
That's perfect.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Bruce is here. Did I hear Herb Jasper?
Yeah, that's heard here.
And Brian.
Yeah,
Very good.
we got Brian Ingram, the chair of the board as well.
Excellent.
Hey, Gene, sound test.
Sounds good. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, we're back in session.
Very good.
We're ready for agenda item 8, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program Resolution to exempt Goose Lake subwatershed. This time, the board will consider a resolution amending the waste discharge requirements general order for growers within the Sacramento River watershed that are members of a third-party group. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. This time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do.
I do.
Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you have taken the oath before testifying. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and a timer will be used. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Not at this time.
Jessica, if I could, the disclosure that Carl was mentioning.
Yes.
Was the disclosure made, or do we have a?
Sorry. Yes, we do have a disclosure. There was an email. It was a minor communication that did not have any substantive effect.
Very good. We'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Okay.
Looks good, Dana.
Thanks, Jean. Okay, good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Dana Kalesha, staff in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and I have taken the oath. I'm here with Sue McConnell, Chief of the Irrigated Lands Program, and Susan Fergain, Senior Environmental Scientist in the Irrigated Lands Program. Today, we are bringing a resolution to the board to remove the requirement to participate in the Irrigated Lands Program for a small group of irrigated pasture and hay operations. The resolution would revise the Sacramento River Watershed General Order to exempt irrigated agriculture in the Goose Lake subwatershed. In this presentation, I'm going to provide some background information on this project, including a brief summary of the Irrigated Lands Program, tours, outreach, and a board information item that have occurred, UC Davis and UC Cooperative Extension research findings, the staff recommendations document, as well as the proposed order revision and comments received. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program was developed in 2003 to protect surface waters in the Central Valley from agricultural runoff. In 2012, regulations to protect groundwater were added. The program was developed as a broad regulatory tool to encompass all of commercial irrigated agriculture, even the most intensive Valley floor operations. Information gathered through implementation of the program, through public input, and research conducted has shown that it might be time to focus on intensive operations that are causing water quality issues in certain areas. There are just over 6 million acres of irrigated agriculture in the Central Valley region. The black circle that you can see in the northeastern corner of the state shows the Goose Lake watershed. This area contains about 7,000 irrigated agricultural acres managed by 29 ranchers and growers. Over the past few years, we've met with several upper watershed groups to see firsthand their low impact farming practices and to hear growers' concerns. In 2017 through 2019, staff and board members toured the watersheds of Fall River, Pitt River, Upper Feather River, and Goose Lake. There were also outreach meetings and listening sessions conducted. In October 2019, staff presented information on potential alternative regulatory options for upper watershed and/or pasture operations at the board meeting. Based on the work conducted through 2019, the project was focused in on the Goose Lake watershed as a starting point. In 2020, researchers at UC Davis, UC Cooperative Extension, conducted research and surveys in the Goose Lake watershed in coordination with the Irrigated Lands Program. I'll provide more information on the research next. Based on their findings, staff released a draft exemption recommendation in February of this year for initial public comment. Ken Tate, Tina Saitone, and their colleagues at UCD and UCCE have provided invaluable information for this project through the research and reports conducted in the Goose Lake watershed, so I want to thank them for collaborating with us. The Goose Lake Watershed 2019 Farm Survey reported 7,060 irrigated acres managed by 29 ranchers and growers, with 91% of that in grass pasture and 9% in alfalfa hay. 14% of acres reported using nitrogen fertilizer, and none reported using field scale pesticides. This was confirmed by staff review of the DPR pesticide use reports and discussion with the Agricultural Commissioner. Although some ranches use nitrogen fertilizer, UCD research finds that there isn't sufficient nitrogen available to affect beneficial uses in this watershed. In the valley floor regions where agriculture is the predominant land use, several water quality issues have been identified through monitoring, and they have emerged as the focus of efforts in this program. These include pesticides and toxicity in surface water and nitrate in groundwater. However, these impacts have not been measured in the Goose Lake subwatershed, where open rangeland is the predominant crop type, and reported pesticide and fertilizer use occurs rarely or never. Surface water monitoring conducted from 2007 through 2020 in the Goose Lake subwatershed did not find any of the program's high priority water quality issues, which again are pesticides, toxicity, and groundwater nitrate. The UCCE 2020 Goose Lake economic analysis found that while the typical Goose Lake grower rarely, if ever, uses inputs tied to high priority water quality issues, and also while none of these issues have been identified in the Goose Lake watershed, the regulatory costs to a typical rancher here can be 8 times higher proportional to a typical valley floor grower's costs when revenue figures are factored in. This equates to a de facto subsidization of intensive crop regions by low profit, low impact crops located hundreds of miles from the water quality issues. In February 2021, staff released the draft staff exemption recommendation for a 30-day public comment period. 12 comment letters were received, including from industry organizations, coalition representatives, and local ranchers. All 12 commenters voiced support for the proposed exemption, as well as the request to expand the exemption to additional upper watersheds. The proposed order revision would exempt Goose Lake watershed irrigated agricultural operations from the requirement to obtain regulatory coverage in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. If actions are needed in the future to address any unforeseen water quality issues or new priorities, an appropriate regulatory mechanism will be identified and implemented. Staff released the draft resolution order for a 30-day public comment period. So in June, we had the second public comment period on the proposed exemption. 11 comment letters were received, including industry organizations, coalition representatives, and local ranchers. Just like in the first public comment period, all 11 letters were in support of the proposed exemption as written, with requests to expand the exemption to additional upper watersheds. In summary, staff supports this exemption. Data shows that the existing ILRP regulatory framework is unnecessary in this watershed since high priority agricultural water quality issues are not occurring here. Pesticides and fertilizers that could impact beneficial uses are rarely, if ever, used, and yet ranchers are paying a much higher cost proportionately. Finally, in addition to the listening sessions over the past few years, we held 2 public comment periods this year and only received support for this proposal. Staff recommends adoption of the resolution to exempt the Goose Lake watershed from current ILRP requirements. At this time, I'd like to submit the presentation, agenda package, and associated files into the record. This concludes the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To what extent are you monitoring groundwater and surface water in this basin, in this sub-basin? Or sub-watershed, I should say.
Through the Irrigated Lands Program, there were samples collected for several years for surface water, and there haven't been groundwater samples collected through the Irrigated Lands Program.
Okay, will there be any surface water sampling continuing in the future?
Through the Irrigated Lands Program, if they were exempted from the program, there wouldn't be required monitoring.
Through any other program?
I'm not sure about that.
I'd like to have a canary in the mine, but okay, are there any further questions?
I guess I had the same question, Carl, but based on the history of monitoring up there, it doesn't seem like there is a problem. So unless their practices changed in the future, I don't know how we would know about that, other than having the canary in the coal mine, as you mentioned. But I support them the resolution here.
I support the resolution, but how far below the sub-watershed is there monitoring?
Can I weigh in on this?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Susan Fergain. So the Goose Lake Basin is a closed basin. It has not had any discharges from that basin to the Pitt River for 150 years. So there aren't any monitoring locations that would represent discharges.
Okay.
Just about to ask Susan to weigh in on that one.
It's a very unique area. I've visited it in the past. Very good. Any further comments or questions by board members?
Dr. Longley, yeah, I'm in agreement with the staff recommendations. The fact that they have the least amount of impact and they're paying a high cost versus some of the other areas. I mean, to me, that would have been a question, a concern of mine, and I think it was addressed. So I'm in support of the staff recommendations.
Any further comments? Thank you, Denise.
Dr. Longley, I guess after public comment, but I would just echo Denise's comments as it related to costs of compliance for such a low or non-existent threat to water quality. And I would just like to say that in terms of efforts going forward, I really appreciate the work that went into this. Can I ask how long it took staff? Like, what did this process look like? And Dr. Longley, if you say wait till after public comment, I'm happy to do that. But I have some questions on the process here.
Okay, Nick and staff can be preparing an answer. Let's move to interested persons.
Dr. Longley, so Goose Lake is available to speak, and the Sac Valley Coalition has a presentation.
Okay, Herb Jasper then, is that who you said? Yes, I'm looking at the list here. He's next on the list. Very good. We'll take the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, first of all, to the board for allowing us to have a portion of the presentation here made. I'm a rancher from the Goose Lake Basin, have been for many years. We have, through the Goose Lake RCD, been very progressive in monitoring water and making sure we're at. We go clear back into the 90s when we started with the Goose Lake Fishes Working Group and started sampling and checking turbidities and temperatures, E. coli, and at that point, and we've jumped through this clear into the formation of the coalition. The Goose Lake Basin Coalition was actually 2005, and then later on we were joined into the Sac Valley Coalition for administration. But what it is up there is irrigated pasture and hay. That's it. We don't have other agriculture products. And most all of your water is across sodded ground. And as was indicated there, very little fertilizer use or pesticide use. And we would encourage and have been encouraging this all along. And I want to thank the staff members that have worked hard on this. Also, UC Extension, and without going into the details of everybody, NRCS, but we've had a lot of cooperation and help along the way. And we don't intend to drop the ball here, but it is a very minute chance of anything changing up there in the way of the agriculture operations. Right now, we're going through a severe drought situation where Goose Lake is actually completely dry, and was indicated before, it does not run over. It hasn't been full for, as they indicated, 150 years to run over. So it's very minimal. And again, I want to thank the staff and the other entities that have helped us out most of all. But the Goose Lake RCD is still there, but would like to take more direction in projects that help the water quantity as well as water quality in that area. And that's the primary entity there that took this on for the coalition. And I want to thank you again for your time, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Jasper? Mr. Jasper, you mentioned that Goose Lake is dry. When was the last time, if ever, was Goose Lake dry?
3 years ago. 3 years ago, it went dry, and it was on a 60-year cycle. 29 through 34 went dry, and then again in 92. And to be honest with you, I was hoping I'd never see it dry again. But
no, I understand. That's it just speaks to horrible climatic issues that we have right now. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions for Mr. Jasper? Thank you very much, sir. Who's next on the list, Mindy?
Bruce Houtschilt from Sacramento Valley Water Coalition.
Bruce, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Longley, members of the board, Bruce Houtschilt, Director of Water Quality, Northern California Water Association, the third party representing the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. I have a presentation, but I got to tell you, your staff covered a lot of the points that I was going to make. I want to start just like Herb did in thanking your board. Susan Fergain has the longest history with Goose Lake. She was the board's liaison when Goose Lake was its own coalition back in the day. Sue McConnell, Lynn Coster, Rebecca Tabor, Adam Lapitz, who probably holds the record for most visits to Goose Lake and probably have to retire a regional board vehicle as a result of that. And I really especially want to thank staff for their attention on this issue, not only for Goose Lake, but the upper watersheds in a dynamic period of time in water quality policy, both in the development of the waste discharge requirements that happened around 2009 to 2014, the issue of drinking water quality, which is dominant in the, in throughout the Central Valley. And then of course, Chair Longley, you were very, very involved in the development of the CV Salts Basin Plan. So I do want to thank staff for their time in focusing in on this. During the last time also, there have been a lot of board members that have come and gone. Bob Snyder was on the board, John Costatino, and then, Jenny Lester Moffett, who just a couple of days ago was confirmed as the new Undersecretary at USDA. So I wanted to briefly describe, for those newer members of the board, the upper watersheds, and I'll do this very quickly because a lot of points have been covered by your staff. And I just want to underscore that, here as we enter the third decade of the Irrigated Lands Program, the data is coming together that provides the confidence in which you can begin to make the decisions that are before you. So as Dana covered, there's been in the last decade a lot of tours and visits, and so here's a highlight of those, but I think she did it well. Dana's PowerPoint was a lot better with a circle than my little arrow there, but here's an interesting fact. Goose Lake's actually closer to Eugene, Oregon than it is to Rancho Cordova by just about 20 miles, but it just goes to tell you the distance between this part of the world and others. Here we are. You can see Lynn Coster, Susan Fergain. You can see Herb in this picture. You can see Ken Tate and Tina Satone and others when we visited Goose Lake in 2019. As was mentioned earlier, this is a high desert area. It's a closed basin. It's at about 4,800 feet in elevation. Just another picture of the Goose Lake area. The Warners are on the left there. And as Dana mentioned in her presentation, very limited, no pesticide use. It was approved for a reduced monitoring management practice, and groundwater quality trend monitoring shows no nitrates. I'll circle back. Oh, by the way, I should have mentioned that I have taken the oath early on. So let me just fit that in there. I think Dana had a different angle on this picture, but this is, again, the Goose Lake area. So, and we support it because of the water quality results, because of the documentation of management practices, the investment of that benefits water quality. It is consistent with the strategic plan that you're working your way through of aligning the requirements based on threat to water quality, and certainly the climate, the hydrology, and the seasonal nature of agriculture, not only in the Goose Lake, but the upper watersheds makes it unique. And this is a dramatic picture that shows that. While there's 8 million acres in the upper watersheds, only about 5% of that is irrigated agriculture, and it's interspersed with national forests, timber, refuges. Only about 240,000 acres of our 1.3 million are in the upper watersheds. This shows some of the work that your staff has been doing over the past decade. These are reduced monitoring areas in the coalition area, so we appreciate that.
I should say, Bruce, that every board member should visit that area many times. That's some of the most spectacular scenery in the world.
Oh, yeah, and I appreciate the first time I ever met you, Carl, I think was at NECWA's annual meeting on a snowy day in February, which is a very different climate than Fresno is in February, right? That was in 2009, and it is beautiful. And this picture's a little blurry, but it does show when we were visiting, and you can see Patrick there and Rebecca Tabor and the ranchers in that area. Just some more pictures. The Upper Feather River, which I think I understand is in the process of doing the same thing that was done in Goose Lake, as a high alpine area. It's seasonal agriculture. And as Dana mentioned and Dr. Satone documented, it's comparatively low economic margins for those livestock operations. They get about 70 inches of rain on the western slope in, most years, right? Not this year. And as you can see from this illustration, the Sacramento Valley, you see the three basins of the Central Valley, but the Sacramento Valley does receive a lot of precipitation. This is the Pitt River area or Nequa area, and you can see, low incidence in monitoring of exceedances for pesticide, nutrients, salinity, etc. It's the upper watersheds like the Sacramento Valley are a unique natural and working landscape. We're the habitat for 50% of the threatened and endangered species. The winter run, spring run salmon, steelhead, and other fish species. And we have 6 national wildlife refuges and more than 50 state refuges. So Sacramento Valley is a little different, and that's a picture of one of them. And there's a significant investment in education and outreach, as Herb and Brian mentioned in their presentation. And this is one of my favorite pictures. There's Carol Dobus and folks in the Upper Feather River who, brand their participation in protecting water quality through this. And this is a picture of one of the BMPs, riparian friendly grazing. So in conclusion, we appreciate regional board's commitment to this process, given the other priorities in the last decade. We appreciate them doing the reduced monitoring. The groundwater quality results show no impact on drinking water. And let me just expand upon that. We have a groundwater quality trend monitoring network that includes not Goose Lake, but the Pitt River system, includes the Upper Feather River system. And we've been doing that. We'll be heading out for our 4th round of groundwater quality trend monitoring. That's going on right now. So we support staff's recommendation and would hope that in the next 6 months to a year that other areas that demonstrate what Goose Lake has demonstrated will also be considered for exemption from the Irrigated Lands Program. And with that, I will take any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Bruce. Questions? I guess you did a very thorough job.
I want to appreciate, I know that was more than 3 minutes. It was probably more than 5 minutes. So, but I thought it was important because both you and Vice Chairman Cadera were the only board members that I can remember, in that fall 2017 that are still on the board. So I think it's important for those who haven't visited the area to get a little snapshot. And you're right, it is a beautiful area. So
it's a little known and not sufficiently appreciated part of California.
The backside of Shasta is one of the most beautiful. The Modoc Plain is a beautiful area.
Over there, you see Shasta. You see 2 big mountains, and it's unbelievable. Thank you very much for your presentation. Moving on to interested persons. Who is next on our list?
Ken Tate and Tina Satone with UC Cooperative Extension.
Very good.
You may unmute. We've unmuted Kenneth and.
Okay, this is Ken. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
Okay, great. I'm not able to turn my video on, but I think that's fine. Dr. Saito and I just wanted to be available after staff presentation to take any questions that you might have about either the water quality research or the economic evaluation that was done. Just want to assure you that there's solid data and evidence behind, I think, these reviews, that there are low risk conditions there. For as small an area as Goose Lake is, there's a lot of data and a lot of research being conducted there. And So if you have any questions about that, we're happy to take them. I'd also like to let you know that it's Bruce and staff alluded to the fact that we're moving on to looking at other upper watershed areas and collecting very similar data. In fact, the exact same data that we collected at Goose Lake in terms of agronomic practices, as well as, excuse me, there we go, agronomic practices, as well as EMPs implemented, as well as productivity, profitability data, so that for the upper watersheds, including the upper Feather River, the Pit, and others, staff will have at hand, and you will have at hand that kind of information to make an informed decision, whatever your decision might be. We want to make sure that we're working with folks to provide that data. And it's really important for me to point out that, you know, our names come up a lot as being the lead for that aspect of it. But Brian and with NRCS and Goose Lake interviewed all 29 of those ranchers and collected that information. All 29 of those ranchers took time to come into the office and provide that information. Tracy Shore with Cooperative Extension in the Upper Feather River has interviewed over 80 ranchers in that area. And we have almost complete responses from the ranchers in the Upper Feather River, and we're moving on to the Pit. And I think Pam Jackman will speak a little bit later. We'll talk about our future efforts. And so we're working on processing and analyzing that data collaboratively with staff, so that as we move forward to discuss other watersheds, we'll have the information to address your questions. Tina, unless you have something.
Well, thank you, Ken. We appreciate the efforts and that you and your colleagues are undertaking to working on these watersheds, presenting the information to this board for its decision-making process. Your information has been invaluable. Are there any questions for Mr. Tate? Once again, thank you very much. We'll move on to Pam. Pam, excuse me, I've met you, but I don't, your last name, Giacomi, am I right?
It's Giacomini, Dr. Longley.
Giacomini, I should know that.
Yeah, it's okay, not bad.
You've only corrected me 3 or 4 times.
That's okay, that's okay. You've been on my ranch, it's okay.
I have been there.
Yes, you have. Yes, it was awesome. So thank you very much for having me. So Dr. Longley, Vice Chair Kadara, and board members and staff, thank you so much for letting me comment. I am Pam Giacomini. I'm a rancher in Hat Creek, which is in the Upper Pit watershed. We've been fortunate to meet with you for many years now. And so that gets to board member Advis's question on how long we've been having this discussion, correct? So it's been wonderful to be able to host you up here. And I hope that in the future, sometime soon, those board members that I have not been able to meet in person will be able to, we can do a tour. So it sounded positive for October, maybe being an in-person meeting, and perhaps we can set something up then. That would be fabulous. But as you saw in Bruce's presentation, we've had over 10 years of monitoring data in Northeastern California Water Association that shows little to no risk for adverse effects to water quality. And you heard from Dr. Tate, and you know from Dr. Saitone's work and others, the science, the best management practices, and economics coupled together make a very strong case to exempt Goose Lake area from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. This action would align with one of your strategic goals, which is to match the regulatory burden with the risk posed. And I think that's really a very excellent strategic goal on your part. So there's a group of us that have been working together, being Dr. Tate, Dr. Saitone, myself, and many other UC cooperative extension agents that really believe that this can be replicated in other areas. High upper elevation continuous forage operations are far different than valley floor intensive agriculture. And that's where that comes to that balance of, you know, what do we look at from the risk as opposed to the regulatory burden and the cost that landowners share. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And I thank you for your consideration in your action today.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to Carrie Fisher, California Farm Bureau.
You can unmute, Carrie.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Carrie Fisher with the California Farm Bureau, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. Farm Bureau supports this exemption because of the low threat of irrigated pasture as seen by the management practices, irrigation practices and methods, and agronomic practices in this area. We really appreciate the work of UC Davis and UC Cooperative Extension and the board's reception of those findings, and we look forward to continued work by UC Davis and UC Cooperative Extension in the upper watersheds. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to Paul Roan, Sierra County.
Don't see him.
Yeah, we don't see Paul in the list.
Okay. Victoria Rodriguez said that she would be speaking and she'll raise her hand when she wanted to speak. I think Victoria, now's your time.
I'm here. Hi.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Longley, Vice Chair Kadara, and the board members. My name is Victoria Rodriguez, and I am the regulatory advocate for the California Cattlemen's Foundation. And I would just like to express my support for the staff recommendations for all the reasons that have been stated, the many reasons that have been stated. I would just emphasize that the irrigated pastures do provide critical forage for livestock, and with the amount of grazing done on those lands and the high costs associated with regulatory, compliance for that area makes it really difficult with the low yield for ranchers and producers in that area to be able to continue this work. So I would really appreciate the work that's been done and the data that emphasizes the best management practices that are taken. And again, would just like to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Earlier, Dr. Tate held out that he would answer questions after the interested persons had talked. If someone has come up with a question, does anybody have a question for Dr. Tate or Dr. Saitone? Dr. Tate, I do have one question. Just for perspective, what is the average number of acres for each cow-calf unit on the irrigated pasture in this area?
Yeah, a good rule of thumb is about 2 acres for a cow and her calf on irrigated pasture, pretty much throughout the northeastern part of the state.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty, and that'll be for about a 6-month grazing period during the summer growing season.
Okay. And I take it that you've not seen significant runoff of nitrate or manure from these areas. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you know, if you think about, and Tina can speak to the nitrogen fertilizer application, it doesn't pencil out economically to fertilize certainly pasture that you're going to manage with grazing. It would potentially can pencil out with hay production where you harvest it as hay and there's no grazing during that irrigation season. Every place that we've seen nitrogen used, which has been very few places, has been in a hay situation, not an actively grazed pasture. The cost of nitrogen and the limited rate of return in terms of productivity just make it fairly unfeasible.
And what kind of soils typically do you find on these pastures?
Often, you know, they have some have organic soils, almost wetland, so they're pretty well developed soils on the top. Often they're a bit shallow. Sometimes over a clay pan, so you might have a foot to a foot and a half of fairly decent soil with a high organic matter due to the perennial kind of riparian or herbaceous plants that make up the plant community. The limiting factor, and I know the concerns about continued monitoring and potential increases in agricultural intensity there. really, given the elevation of most of these places, 5,000 feet and above, growing degree days is a limiting factor in terms of going to a different crop. The vast majority of the species that are grown there work well there.
Very good. Any further questions for Dr. Tate? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
With that, I'll go to closing remarks from staff.
Dr. Longley, I think, to kind of answer some of the questions with respect to the length of time, I think a lot of these efforts have been underway for a while. The board around 2018 and 2019, some of the meetings up in Reading really gave permission to move ahead in this direction. So the request was, look, we are probably extending ourselves. It's unusual for a regulatory agency to step back from regulating. But I think, as Susan and Dana and Sue described, we've got the information here to show that there are not significant water quality impacts due to the irrigation of crops in this area, which is the trigger for whether you're in the irrigated lands program or not. And so I think that since this is supported by the data, we can reasonably say we can take a step back from this and release them from the irrigated lands regulatory program and move forward and continue to regulate other activities that are actually impacting groundwater, that are actually impacting surface waters, and use our limited resources in that manner. And I do want to throw an extra thanks to Dana for stepping in. This was not necessarily her project from the start, but she came up to speed very, very quickly and it really helped understand all the information that we have at our disposal to make this decision here today. So with that, I recommend adoption of this resolution in order, moving this forward and exempting these 29 growers from the irrigated lands regulatory program.
Thank you very much. Any questions from board members for staff? Hearing none, I'll close the hearing and we'll confine the discussion to deliberation and voting. Any comments?
Dr. Longley, I'll chime in here. I do appreciate that wrap up, Patrick, and do commend the staff efforts here, understanding your point, and it's well taken that being a regulator, certainly stepping back from regulation is no easy task, and there's obviously a lot of hard work that has gone into this from staff, definitely, certainly from stakeholders, and do appreciate all the analysis and data collection that went into that. So appreciate that, and I can't wait to visit this area. Some of those snapshots, and I kind of went on Google Earth before the meeting to check it out. It does seem like a spectacular place up there. I'll say, coming from a ranching family and somebody who dabbles in the capital business, I know all too well the realities faced by farmers and ranchers, and the market forces, the weather, government regulation. They all impact the ability to continue certainly a very prized way of life, in my opinion. So my heart goes out to these ranchers across the state during this challenging time. I know it's definitely thrown a lot of us for a curveball, and I'm very sensitive to that. So in terms of the action before us today, certainly it's in line with our strategic planning goals. And I think the takeaway that I would encourage is that we continue to look at additional areas where, regulation can be streamlined to prioritize threats, certainly to water quality, and that, obviously the cost of compliance there too. I think one of the commenters mentioned, and I agree wholeheartedly, that certainly the regulation needs to be proportionate to the threat, to the degree possible and feasible. So if there are other areas that can benefit from this sort of commensurate threat approach, I very much appreciate that. So I'll be very much supporting the action today, and I'll be happy to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, obviously pending further board discussion.
So I have a motion from Nick. I'll entertain further discussion, and I'm looking for a second.
I'd just add, I think the first time I heard about this issue was at the 2019 board meeting up in Reading. And I think some of the speakers that we've heard from today were at that meeting and presented a pretty passionate case. So I'm glad to see it come to fruition today. And I guess my only comment beyond this agenda item is what sort of precedent this might be setting for other operations. I know we heard from an organic Christmas tree farmer. We've had discussions with other organic farmers who also feel that they should be exempt. And I'm wondering what the process might be moving forward with looking at some of those other cases, if that's appropriate.
No, I totally agree with you. I think my kind of wholesale endorsement of this particular approach is relatively easy because the bar is really, really high if this is the precedent. I think it's almost unique in terms of where this particular watershed is, as kind of Carl's question and Susan's answer kind of show. There's not the connection that this has to the other kind of hydrologic systems that we have throughout the state that we're concerned about with respect to sea salts and other things. So the bar is extraordinarily high here. With it, if that, but with that said, I think we are looking at kind of scaling back where appropriate other types of regulatory efforts. I think the irrigated lands program in general, Rebecca Tabor, who's out right now, but she kind of has been instrumental in working through a number of monitoring reductions for Sacramento Valley growers in particular, when the existing data show that there are not water quality impacts due to their operations. Those are the types of efforts that we're engaged in. And so I think we're always going to look for opportunities. Again, precedent setting. I think with this one, the watershed is so unique. It's relatively small, and as kind of Dr. Tate said, we had an opportunity to talk with each one of the 29 growers up in this area and understand exactly what the conditions were. Whether we'd be able to do that on a larger scale, talking with thousands and understanding that, particularly when there are enrollees that or folks who are not enrolled in the program, it gets a little more complicated in other areas. But certainly that's kind of the signal that this is sending, that the regional board will recognize when its regulations don't make sense. I think is huge, and I think that's something that we're going to take forward and continue to think about and think critically about as we work on kind of all of our regulatory areas.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Mark, did you conclude your comments with a second? I didn't hear.
Yeah, I did. And
thank you.
And if there are no more other comments, I would second the motion.
Are there any further comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, Dr. Longley. I did enjoy the visit there in 2017. I enjoyed looking at the nature and the beauty of the whole area and experiencing the air quality. I think that, there were no negative impacts. No negative comments on this project, and the fact that there has not been any nitrates and pesticides identified. It's a project that you want to be able to exempt from this project, from the irrigated lands program. And the comment earlier about, it could be examples to use in the valley floor, whatever examples or management practices that can be used to benefit the valley floor certainly would be helpful, although we're talking about an upper watershed. But I think we look forward to the opportunity as board members when we see no impacts to water quality. And this is indeed an example of that. So I thank Susan, Sue, Dana, and all the staff that worked on it, and looking forward to the opportunity to extend my support to this project.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? If not, I will request the roll be called.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Brewer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Avdis,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes, and the motion is unanimously adopted, and we're looking forward to moving forward on looking at the other similar areas in that high mountain area. Very good. We'll move on to agenda item number 9. Irrigated Lands Program status update of the drinking water well monitoring. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. Ready for the staff presentation?
Bob, let me know if you need anything.
Thank you. You see my screen?
Not yet, Bob.
Okay.
There's that final share. There we
Final
go.
button.
Yeah, we see it.
There you go. All right. Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. I'm Bob Ditto, the Compliance and Outreach Unit Supervisor in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I'm here today to give you an update on the drinking water well monitoring requirements for members or owners of commercial irrigated lands. I will start with a brief overview of the drinking water well monitoring program, provide some statistics on how the program is going, explain monitoring requirements, talk about our outreach efforts, and discuss our data management and notification process. In 2018, the State Water Board issued an order in response to petitions of the East San Joaquin waste discharge requirements. The State Water Board's petition order required members of the ILRP to sample active drinking water wells located on enrolled parcels for nitrate plus nitrite as nitrogen. The purpose of the drinking water well monitoring is to first identify drinking water wells that have nitrate concentrations exceeding the drinking water standard, and second, to notify those well users of the potential health risks. This is a schedule we developed for the drinking water well monitoring program. The schedule was based on potential risks of groundwater exceedances in the area. We started in 2019 with the East San Joaquin Coalition, shown in purple on the map, and expanded into the Tulare Lake Basin in 2020, which includes 7 water quality coalitions represented by the blue area. This year, our outreach includes the San Joaquin Delta, West Side San Joaquin, and the grassland drainage area. Next year, we will expand our outreach to the remaining coalitions. For clarification, the red on the map is the Rice Commission area. Here's a breakdown of the drinking water well monitoring program, which includes the currently participating coalitions. The red text next to the coalition name represents each coalition phase in the program. There are approximately 15,000 members in the participating coalitions, and 26% of the members have sampled. It is important to remember that not all members are required to sample, only those that have active wells on their enrolled parcels. Also, members of the San Joaquin Delta, Westside San Joaquin, and grassland drainage area have until the end of this year to sample their wells. I'd also like to mention that we will receive data from this year's form evaluation to validate which members have active drinking water wells to help us determine members' compliance with the program. As of July 1st, we have over 7,300 wells that have been sampled, with just under 30% exceeding the drinking water standard. I'll now briefly explain some of the drinking water well monitoring requirements. Members are initially required to sample their active drinking water wells annually. Samples need to be analyzed for nitrate plus nitrite as nitrogen. Sample testing must be performed by an ELAP laboratory certified for testing nitrate plus nitrite as nitrogen. And past data may be used, but needs to follow the program requirements. There is an exemption from sampling if the drinking water well is not used for human consumption, meaning it is not used for cooking or drinking. The members must keep records such as photo documentation or bottled water receipts, establishing that the well is not used for drinking water. This is the drinking water well member information form that members will use for the first year of sampling. Members are required to submit this form with their sample to the lab. We designed this form to make it easier for the laboratories to create accounts in GeoTracker, the state's groundwater database. The form asks for member information, a question to determine if the member or family is the only consumer, landowner information, and drinking water well information. The laboratory enters this data into GeoTracker and provides the member with a global ID number for the well. The global ID number is used for future sampling events. Based on sample results, a member will either continue to sample annually, or if the sample result exceeds the drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter, the member will be required to follow the notification requirements, but no further sampling is required. After 3 years of consecutive samples, members will evaluate their results. If all results are less than 8 milligrams per liter, sampling will be reduced to once every 5 years moving forward. If any sample result is between 8 and 10 milligrams per liter, the member will continue to sample annually until they meet 3 consecutive years with all samples under 8 milligrams per liter to reduce their monitoring requirements. Or if any one sample exceeds 10 milligrams per liter, they would follow the notification requirements and no further sampling is required. This is the notification template used to notify the users of the sample results and potential health risks associated with drinking the water. As I mentioned in a previous slide, members will use this template when results exceed the drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter. They are required to immediately notify the users using the notification template and send a signed copy to the Central Valley Water Board. In the case where the member or the member's immediate family are the only users, they can use this template or fulfill this notification requirement by indicating this on the drinking water well member information form. This template contains information to help water board staff identify the member and parcel number. It also has questions regarding if anyone drinks the water, that the notification has been given to the users, and if replacement water was provided. It has also been translated into multiple languages. I'll now discuss some of our outreach efforts to help members understand the requirements for monitoring their drinking water wells. We created an outreach package to send to all members at the start of the year when they are required to sample. This includes a quick reference guide for members, a member information form, the notification template, and an informational trifold. We also send a reminder to sample postcard to coalition members each year and have provided outreach at coalition member meetings. We have updated our website with a new drinking water well monitoring webpage, information on drinking water sample requirements, ELAP laboratories, available forms, and frequently asked questions can be found here. Most of our outreach materials have been translated into Spanish, Punjabi, and Hmong. I will now discuss our data management and drinking water exceedance notification process. As I mentioned earlier, the drinking water well monitoring program requires the certified laboratories to enter the member well data from the drinking water well member information form into GeoTracker. The well information includes a county APN or latitude and longitude for the location of the well. GeoTracker is able to display this information in a public map. When you click on a well location, the test results and sample date are displayed. As directed by the State Board petition order, none of the members' personal information is shown. One of our top priorities is to ensure notification is completed. Once an exceedance is submitted to GeoTracker and identified by staff, and we have not received a notification from the member, staff will send those members a notification request. This is usually in the form of a letter, but an email or phone call may be used initially. If the member does not respond to the notification request, a notice of violation is sent. We are currently at a 95% compliance rate and continue to follow up with members to ensure all notifications have been completed. As I mentioned in the previous slide, one of our top priorities is to ensure users are notified of potential health risks from drinking water that has exceeded the drinking water standard. Staff is actively tracking member notifications and other important information that you can see listed on the slide. As we evaluate the data, information regarding alternative or replacement water will be shared with the appropriate management zones. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Very informative. Any questions? Bob, what is the, as I understand from what you're saying, you're getting a 95% return on the letters that go out. Was that the correct interpretation?
In terms of, yeah, us contacting the members who have exceeded, this is an ongoing process. So at the current time, we're at 95%, but we are working hard to get that additional 5%.
Very good. And you showed the GeoTracker screen. Is there a way to modify that so that the screen shows those samples that are over 10?
Yes, basically we kind of created this program, so that's a great idea, and something I have brought up to GeoTracker. And it is one of the tickets I think that's up and coming. So we are working on modifying this, especially for this data tracking. So yes, that's definitely something we're working on.
Very good. Are there questions from other board members?
Yeah, I have a question, Robert. So Robert, what would you identify as any of the challenges in getting that last 5%? I mean, what's your sense there?
Most of it is confusion. Once we get a hold of somebody, we have really no problem getting the notification template. It's just reaching out. So really, it's just a process. Sometimes it takes a little longer based on trying to get a hold of people. But really, if we have the information, so on the member information form, there is an email and sometimes a phone number. So if those are valid, that's really our first kind of contact or outreach. And then if we don't get response there, we will send that letter. And I guess I'll mention this as well. We work with GeoTracker to send an email. So when the sample is submitted into GeoTracker, And then based on that result, so if that result is above 10, that email will send the notification template to that member with a brief description on what to do next. If it's below, an email goes out saying, hey, continue to sample annually. So there's, we're trying to, get as much information out to the grower as quickly as possible. But then our follow-up is, more informal email, phone call, and then we'll go to the letter. If no response for the letter, we will send out a notice of violation. And we really haven't, in the scheme of things, sent out many notice of violations. It's been, the compliance has been really high. So I've been pleased with that.
That was going to be my follow-up question. So that's good to hear that last part there. So thank you.
No problem.
Bob, I have a question. You noted that there were almost 30% of the wells that were sampled that were in exceedance. Did that number surprise you, or is that what was expected? And I'm also wondering how many people were on those drinking water wells that were affected by this result.
Good questions. I'm not sure if the number surprised us in terms of, the program started in the areas that were most impacted. So, and what I've been looking at in terms of East San Joaquin to the Larry Lake Basin, so Larry Lake Basin does have some higher numbers, above 30, but in terms of, and that was really expected as well in terms of the groundwater quality down there. Your second question on who is impacted, could you?
Yeah, do you know how many people are being served by those impacted wells?
I don't. Typically that notification comes in that, whoever's on that APN has been notified. So they report per APN and per well. So that's something I might be able to answer later in the program, but right now I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, that was going to be one of my questions. The population, is it in the wells that are exceeding the standard, are they in populated areas, and what's that number? So I heard Robert say he would try to get information on that, but overall I thought it was a good presentation. I like the 95% and would like to see that 5% come into compliance as well.
Thank you. Definitely. And again, as we get more, we're in our third year of the program. We still don't have all the coalitions in. So as we get more data, we'll be able to tell a better story.
Okay, thank you.
Any board member have a question? Bob, I do. I have another one. On the wells themselves, what kind of data, if any, do you have on the wells insofar as where they're completed?
Yeah, we don't have any information on the actual well. So our outreach is targeted at the members to identify their wells and to sample them, and then to notify the users that they exceed. So we don't have any detailed information on the well itself.
Yeah, if we do just the type of pump they had on there, it'd give us some idea of, centrifugal is can't draw more than about 30 feet at the most from below the pump. I suspect that most of these are domestic wells. Is that correct?
Yes, all of them are domestic wells. So they're all drinking water wells. We are not testing any ag wells in this part of the program.
Good.
Last question, Dr. You were saying that they notify the users of the exceedances. Is that going well as far as notifying, as far as compliance and notifying people when their wells exceed the numbers?
Yes. So in terms of that 95%, really that's what we're getting in terms of the member submitting the form that they have notified the users of the potential health risks. And so the notification template is that form that is used to give to that user to put on the well. So yes, I think that's going very well. Now we don't have a individual to individual story to tell, but based on the numbers coming in, we think it's pretty successful and it's occurring. So.
Okay, thank you.
Right, you say you're not doing any ag wells. certainly that's true. But, what I'm wondering is where you have clusters, maybe feeding 3, 4, or 5, actually smaller than state smalls, you conceivably could be using a deeper well. And I don't know how and when, if it's even possible to get that well information, but it sure would be very useful for future work.
Definitely.
Okay, any further questions or comments?
No, I would just note that in particular, one of the interesting dynamics of this program, Dr. Longley, is that this, remember, is an outgrowth not of a regional board initiative, but this was something that was bolted on by the state board to our order as part of the East San Joaquin.
Exactly.
So while there was some deliberation about other types of well characteristics, see if you can find the DWR log, or see if you can document what the screened interval is, that did not make it into the final cut of what the state board put into the order. But those conversations were there for the exact reasons that you were talking about. But I think for whatever reasons, what came out of it was really just a focus on let's get the nitrate information, and let's get the nitrate information as quickly as possible. The other kind of component to it, and I think it goes a little bit to Vice Chair Kadara's question, is that one of the kind of, I won't say oddity of the program, but I think something to keep in mind is that the sampling is just occurring on agricultural parcels. There are often communities that are right next door that are not getting sampled, just because this requirement is part of our waste discharge requirements. It's not a comprehensive sampling scheme that the board kind of embarked upon. Some of that is being swept up in the CV salts monitoring efforts. I think that's kind of our backstop there to get additional nitrate information. But when you talk about why one site was sampled versus another, it is because this is kind of a piecemeal program in that this is just doing the sampling on agricultural parcels. So I think that's part of the answer. I think the bigger kind of question is how do we kind of merge all this data together and use it to kind of expand upon what the concerns are for the communities and individuals drinking these impacted wells. I think that kind of conversation is ongoing at the CV salts level, just for what it's worth.
Okay, and I guess along with that, for those that notified the users of the high concentration of nitrates, what are the corrective measures? I guess that's where you're talking about the CV salts. Okay.
Yeah, that CV salts is actually what comes in and provides the corrective measures. Again, that's kind of one of the interesting components of this, right? It's just a monitoring requirement. I think one of the things that we even made some comments, I think Vice Chair Kadara, when they were considering the East San Joaquin order, I think you raised it too. It's like, look, you can't just have a monitoring requirement and then not expect a follow-up. What do you do next? And I think the answer really was CV salts is kind of the component that's the mechanism by which replacement water is provided when we get that information. But again, that's being rolled out in phases as well. A lot of credit to Bob and his team for getting this program up and running. This is a huge resource commitment to get this program running. It was not something that we kind of incorporated into our long-term irrigated lands regulatory program kind of budget or structure, because again, this wasn't something that we planned for. It wasn't something that was analyzed as part of our environmental documentation or regulatory process when we established the orders. But I think Bob has been able to find the resources. A 95% rate is actually incredibly outstanding for this type of work. Certainly the consequences are big, but 95 is really good. I think there were some people who were saying, "Hey, you're going to be lucky to get double digits, when this thing is imposed." So I think we're in good shape. Certainly, we want to get that last 5% addressed as well. But this is a big one, and a lot of credit to Bob and his team to getting this stood up, and to Sue to making sure that the resource allocation in the program in general went to those areas to get this thing up and running and make it as successful as it has been.
Thank you very much. We have an interested person, Bruce Hodeschelt. Bruce?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Longley, and thanks for not calling me an interesting person. A lot of people call me an interesting person, so, you know, I am an interest. I was curious, and you know, as Patrick mentioned, you know, this is one set, but since the revisions to the Eastern San Joaquin Order and the passage of SB 200 and the SAFER program, the State Water Board has put up some tools, some GIS tools, one specifically on domestic well trend monitoring and the other on aquifer risk assessment, which look at nitrates, which is largely what this is focused on. And so I don't know, and just curious if how those tools and those results integrate with the data that's being collected from on-farm drinking water well programs.
That's where
I know little information about that in terms of, I think a lot of that is USGS information. So it does go through qualified laboratories, but it is done in kind of these 1 mile plots, like square mile plots. So you're getting a certain amount of wells within a certain area to give you an average concentration. But that would probably be a great question for the State Water Board in terms of being able to use that data.
Right, a lot of work and a lot of money is going into sampling, and we want to get the biggest bang for the buck that we can out of it. So I think that's an issue that we need to continue discussing and find various ways to wring as much information as we can out of the data. Of course, coming from academia, I think that those would make good master's degree program topics. You're always looking for things to give students to work on, but in a more serious vein, we need to see within the program how we can better use that data to develop, quite frankly, information that will help us regulate better in the future. If all of this is shallow, you know, that's one thing. If we've got some deeper waters that are impacted, then that's, and I suspect we do in various locations, then, you know, that's another matter, and you have to regulate that somewhat differently. The other part of that is where we're encountering these waters, is that water being pumped by agriculture also? Because one of the ways, you know, this nitrate is a nutrient, and if that aquifer is being actively pumped for agriculture also, then it's going on crops, and that's part of their nitrogen budget. So, you know, just to be able to have a grasp of what's out there and how we best regulate it, how it's best managed, I think that makes it very important that we find a way to better bring information out of data. Data is not information. You need to put that data against various parameters to be able to answer questions. When that's information. Okay, are there any other questions or comments?
I just want to piggyback on Dr. Longley's comment earlier. Do we have data on the depth of the wells?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm curious if the new standard for new wells depth is a lot deeper. I would think it is, and I wonder if that makes any difference in comparison to older wells depth versus newer wells with the different depths will get different results. I don't know if that make any sense or put that into our survey.
And I think we should remember in terms of the State Water Board's petition order, that the real purpose behind this was to really identify the wells that have nitrate concentrations exceeding the drinking water standard, and then to notify those users. So it was more of a, where's a bad well, making sure that the people that were using it knew that, the potential health risk with drinking that water. So as the program grows, this is something, again, we're getting good data for nitrate in groundwater, but currently our main focus is making sure that people are notified when there is an exceedance.
And I might add, it adds cost to the program if you start describing the well. That's not always the easiest data to get, particularly for the older wells. Okay, any further comments or
Thank you.
questions? Hearing none, I want to thank you very much. Very interesting presentation, and I'm sure you'll be back in front of us in the future as you move into southern Tulare County and Kern County. And Denise and I have particular interest in that area. So we'll have a particular interest in your data. Thank you very much once again, and we'll move on to agenda item number 10. The Executive Officer's Annual Report to the Board, fiscal year 2021. Patrick, about how long will this take?
It's about an hour, as usual.
I'll tell you what, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
All right, sounds good.
So we'll be back here at, let's say, 11:45.
Are you going to run that, Patrick?
Jean, if you could verify that that screen is being shared.
I can see it, Patrick.
All right, sounds good.
So you had some knee issues?
Oh, I'm
Okay, I'm showing 11:45. Are you ready to go, Patrick?
Ready to go.
Very good. This is agenda item 10. This time, the executive officer will provide his annual report to the board. This is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions, provide direction to staff. Following the presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. And we'll now hear the executive officer's annual report.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Longley. Again, According to our portfolio management process, we go through a cycle whereby we develop annual work plans. We check in with the board to get input on the priorities for all of the water quality programs. We execute those priorities, and then we come back to the board every August to let you know how we did and what we accomplished in the course of the past year. That's this report that I'm giving right now. See, clicking through this. So I just want to, today I'm going to provide a quick overview of the 19 water quality programs, their goals and accomplishments from the past year, and provide a case highlight for each of the programs. But if you want the place where all of this information is readily available, minus the case highlights, here's where you can find it, along with the resources, so the types of personnel commitments we make to each one of the programs and priorities, which again are discussed in the December of each year. So just go to our webpage, click that programs button and go to the overview of the board programs. The website is at the bottom here. That's where you can find all the good stuff, probably one of the most useful pages that we have on our entire webpage. With that, I will just launch right into it to talk about the 19 water quality programs. I'll note that we previously kind of phrased it as 18 water quality programs. CV Salt is kind of under the basin planning program, but due to the fact that it's got a very, very specific and large workload, we're calling it out as a specific water quality program. And so that brings the number up to 19. So first, the permitting programs, and those include the NPDES program, the Waste Discharge to Land program, the Water Quality Certification program, and the Stormwater program. First up, the NPDES program. The goals of the program is to regulate point source discharges to protect beneficial uses and, where appropriate, consider the cost of compliance when developing permit conditions. This past year, the NPDES program continued to see success with a workload leveling effort that let us keep pace with the pace of permit renewals, a key focus of US EPA oversight of our program. We also continue to develop ways of ensuring our permits were consistent with the new statewide toxicity provisions. For a case highlight, I can point to the Echo Water project. This past year, the NPDES program saw the completion of a major milestone for our biggest permittee. The Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, located in Elk Grove, makes up more than 60% of all wastewater treatment plant discharges to the Delta. In 2010, the board adopted requirements that required the plant to implement tertiary filtration and biological nutrient removal, or BNR. To meet these new requirements, Regional Sand began implementing the Echo Water project with an initial cost estimate of $1.5 to $2.1 billion. Regional Sand recently reported the tertiary filtration upgrades are currently ahead of schedule, and in April 2021, the facility began to fully implement the BNR facilities that you can see in that picture in your top right. This has resulted in a reduction of more than 30,000 pounds of ammonia per day discharged to the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The figure shows a significant reduction in ammonia loading in the discharge since July of 2018, and it goes almost to zero with that nitrifying side stream and full BNR operation. This is also part of a bigger story. In 2000, virtually none of the Delta wastewater treatment facilities provided nutrient removal. However, due to board requirements, most of the Delta municipalities have been upgrading their facilities to provide advanced treatment. Today, 99.8% of the wastewater discharged to the Delta is treated to remove nutrients. Next, we have the Waste Discharge to Land program, which primarily regulates waste discharges that may affect groundwater quality. This program is the oldest state water quality control program and regulates sewage treatment facilities, food processing facilities, and other industries that discharge non-hazardous wastes. The program currently regulates a whopping 1,400 facilities. The program accomplishes its work by expediting the issuance of new or revised permits, seeking out unpermitted dischargers, developing new general orders, and is one of the main programs that is tasked with CV Salt's implementation. This past year, they completed numerous permitting actions and enrollments and reviewed a daunting amount of technical reports. This past year, the Waste Discharge to Land program was also tasked with assisting in a major state water board effort. To better understand the impacts of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS and PFOA, the state board issued a monitoring order to 102 publicly owned treatment works in the Central Valley. Board permitting staff reviewed and provided comments on 53 PFAS groundwater work plans. That's a subset of the 102 POTWs who were required to study groundwater in addition to their surface water discharges, or if they didn't have a surface water discharge. This represents a major step forward in helping the state's understanding of the impacts of these chemicals, and it would not have been possible without the input from Central Valley Water Board permitting staff in the Waste Discharge to Land program. Next, we have the Water Quality Certifications Program. This program protects wetlands, riparian areas, and headwaters. Projects regulated by this program generally require a permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which requires a state certification issued pursuant to Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. These certifications have enforceable provisions to ensure that the projects meet state water quality requirements. The Water Quality Certifications Program is also responsible for implementing the state and federal wetlands no net loss policies and the State Water Board's new dredge and fill procedures. This past year, the Water Quality Certifications Program was able to review over 200 project applications and issue close to 300 actions. So some of those applications had multiple actions under them. Program staff participated in the interagency review team for the Central Valley in lieu fee program and continue to develop a general permit for maintenance dredging, which is a significant undertaking. Staff are also key to the development of the Placer County Conservation Program. After 20 plus years of development, in November 2020, the board adopted 3 programmatic general certifications and waste discharge requirements in support of the PCCP. The PCCP covers approximately 201,000 acres of western Placer County and is designated to accommodate the planned land development in the area while ensuring that environmental protections will support the survival and well-being of hundreds of plant and animal species. 50,000 to 60,000 acres within the potential acquisition area will become part of a reserve system. This conservation reserve system would preserve many acres of vernal pool habitat. Approximately 50% of the county's remaining stock of these fragile seasonal ecosystems will be protected by this single PCCP program. In April 2021, the PCCP received its final regulatory approval and received direction to begin implementation within Western Placer County. And I believe Stephanie Tadlock from our team, who you heard give some presentations to the board, was among those at the consummation ceremony. Next, the stormwater program. The stormwater program implements construction, industrial, and municipal permits to regulate the discharge of pollutants in stormwater to waters of the U.S. These permits require implementation of best management practices, or BMPs, and other program elements and controls to minimize the discharge of pollutants. Board staff review monitoring and other program reports, conduct compliance inspections and audits, and conduct enforcement actions as needed. This past year, stormwater staff were prolific in conducting inspections, as you can see from the numbers here, and participated in multi-agency trash cleanups, supported post-wildfire sediment and erosion control measures and assessments, and coordinated implementation of elements of the pyrethroids control program that pertain to stormwater. One key project that illustrates what the stormwater program does is the Market Center and Block 7 project, which is an affordable housing and revitalization development located in downtown Reading. In June of 2018, the California Strategic Growth Council awarded $20 million in grant funding for this project. The development includes housing units, 75% of which will be affordable housing, retail and office space, and multiple public parking structures. Sustainable transportation improvements are also part of the project and include over a half mile of sidewalks, approximately 4 miles of bike lanes, and a bike share program. Project challenges have included implementing and maintaining best management practices to prevent sediment and erosion discharges. During a storm event in May of 2020, as you see here, the Central Valley Water Board inspected the site in response to a complaint regarding sediment tracking. The discharger responded immediately and took corrective action to clean up the tracked material and deploy additional BMPs, and has been diligent in complying with permit requirements. The project's revitalization of downtown Reading and the development of affordable housing is important to this community that faced devastation and housing shortages following the 2018 Carr Fire. Nonetheless, diligent oversight by the regional board is needed to ensure that projects like this don't have deleterious impacts on water resources. Next, the 4 programs under the Planning, Monitoring, and Assessment Program Group. These include the Basin Planning Program, under which the TMDL program and the Delta program are managed, the CV Salts program, which I mentioned earlier is being called out as an individual program this year, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP, and the Non-Point Source Program. Water quality control plans, or basin plans, provide the foundation for all Central Valley Water Board regulatory actions. The TMDL and Delta programs also fall within the Greater Basin Planning Program, which also provides some oversight for CV salts. The goals of the planning program are to establish policies to preserve and enhance water quality and protect beneficial uses, conduct triennial reviews every 3 years to ensure that the basin plans address public concerns and continue to be effective at meeting program goals, and to protect and restore surface waters by conducting water quality assessments to identify impairments and by establishing implementation plans, including total maximum daily load plans under the Federal Clean Water Act, to address those impairments. As the unit that also oversees the Delta program, the Basin Planning Program is responsible for coordinating actions to ensure protection of Delta water quality. This past year, the planning program developed region-wide assessment work plan focused on the evaluation of biostimulatory and biointegrity impacts, supported efforts for the 2018, 2020/2022, and 2024 integrated reports. That's actually 3 separate reports. The naming conventions are a little odd, but 3 separate integrated reports. The planning program also continued implementation of existing priority TMDL and related control programs, and continued work on the Delta Nutrient Research Plan and with the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. The Delta program has allocated resources to address harmful algal blooms in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. HABs are a key component of the Delta Nutrient Research Plan, or NRP, and projects are focused on filling high priority data gaps. Board staff are also implementing the freshwater and estuarine HABs program, which includes bloom response, monitoring, and building partnerships with local stakeholders. Ongoing projects provide information on bloom initiation and sources, potential risks for human health, trophic transfer of cyanotoxins to food webs, stressors for native fish, and possible mitigation methods to alleviate blooms and cyanotoxins. Board staff have been collaborating and developing partnerships with several organizations and local residents who are also focused on these priorities, including in Discovery Bay and on the Stockton waterfront. The HAB Initiation Project is investigating if microcystis blooms throughout the Delta are generated by benthic resting cells, microcystis cells that overwinter at the sediment surface, from a few select locations. The project monitoring cyanotoxin concentrations of benthic organisms and water samples includes 10 sampling locations, and organisms include clams, crayfish, and smaller sediment-dwelling animals. The pilot mitigation development project, which is pretty cool, utilized experiments to optimize treatment of HABs using hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide has many advantages since it degrades to molecular oxygen in water, leaves no chemical residue, and could potentially degrade cyanotoxins, thus alleviate low dissolved oxygen issues that often result when cyanobacterial blooms deteriorate. The field study will determine the potential for use of this management approach in Discovery Bay and other water bodies where the addition of algicides that leave residual chemicals or nutrients is particularly undesirable. Aerial photos here are of Discovery Bay on the left. It's a particularly interesting hotspot for HABs, and the Stockton waterfront on the right. Photo credits go to Lisa and Joe Brzezinski and Discovery Bay residents on the left, and the San Francisco Baykeeper, courtesy of Lighthawk, that took that. It's actually a video that you can see of this Stockton waterfront. Next up, the CV Salts program. The Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability Initiative is a stakeholder-driven effort that has developed a regulatory framework to address legacy and ongoing salt and nitrate accumulation in the valley. The goals of the program are to ensure safe drinking water supplies, to reduce salt and nitrate loading to protect beneficial uses, and to implement long-term managed restoration of impaired water bodies. In this past year, revisions to the Salt and Nitrate Control Program were adopted by the Central Valley Water Board and approved by the State Water Board. Notices to comply for the Salt Control Program were mailed out, and preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans were received and reviewed, with implementation of both beginning in May of 2021. One particularly notable accomplishment, in addition to the nitrate measures that you've been hearing about so much, is the Notice to Comply mail-out. The Notice to Comply mail-out for the Salt Control Program was a huge undertaking, even larger than the Nitrate Control Program mail-out, since all salinity dischargers in the Central Valley needed to receive a notice in order to kick off the program. On January 5th of 2021, staff who had been preparing for this for months sent out over 3,200 customized Notice to Comply letters for the Salt Control Program to permittees throughout the Central Valley region. In the subsequent weeks, staff fielded hundreds of calls and emails from permittees and consultants. Staff coordinated with lead staff from other programs to ensure that each inquiry was provided a timely response and a high degree of customer service. Staff also participated in or coordinated numerous outreach and informational events to help inform permittees of the new requirements. And special thanks go out to Cindy Young, True King, and Walt Plachta, the recently retired Walt Plachta, for all of their efforts coordinating this massive undertaking. Next up is the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP. This was created to fulfill the legislative mandate for a unifying program that would coordinate all surface water quality monitoring conducted by the state and regional water boards. The SWAMP program conducts water quality monitoring directly and through collaborative partnerships and provides numerous reports, fact sheets, and tools, all designed to support water resource management here in California. SWAMP monitoring projects assess overall water quality status and trends, identify water quality problems and potential sources, and evaluate program effectiveness. This past year, SWAMP program staff conducted a phase 1 of a bacteria source identification study in the Lower American River, supported HAB incident response monitoring, and deployed continuous temperature loggers to support the board's climate change work plan. The case highlight is actually even a little bit more fun than that. The SWAMP staff supported the recreational beneficial use studies in the Upper San Joaquin River and the Lower Kings River watersheds. Every summer since 2007, SWAMP staff have monitored E. coli in swimming holes as an indicator of potential fecal pollution and recreational safety. To date, SWAMP and its partners have collected nearly 3,000 samples from 172 recreational sites. This past year, Fresno SWAMP staff continued to monitor popular recreation areas in the upper portion of the San Joaquin River watershed. In addition, staff added in sites in the Lower Kings River watershed. To keep the public and local agency partners informed about current conditions, SWAMP is continuing to post weekly E. coli results to an interactive online map. And thanks go out to Cameron Alfing, Christopher Gonzalez, and Samira Galdari, who all participated in this effort. I will say many days that looks like where I'd rather be rather than in the office. Now the non-point source program. Non-point source pollution is the leading cause of water quality impairments in California. Leveraging limited grant funds, the non-point source program works to restore waters impacted by non-point source pollution and to protect unimpaired water bodies by assessing problem sources and implementing management programs. This past year, NPS staff obtained phosphorus load information for the Clear Lake TMDL, participated in the Clear Lake Blue Ribbon Committee, coordinated campfire recovery projects, and completed annual updates to the list of surface waters with surface water quality management plans, or SQMPs, and their status for pesticide TMDLs, irrigated lands regulatory program, or ILRP, pesticide management plans, and for the San Joaquin River Selenium TMDL. NPS staff also continued to work on the Battle Creek watershed-based plan. The Battle Creek watershed is an important salmonid fishery and hosts spawning, rearing, and migratory habitats for threatened and endangered salmonid species. In May of 2019, the watershed-based plan was completed to address sediment impacts and other water quality uncertainties within the watershed. The watershed-based plan had identified several short-term and several long-term needs to reduce sediment impacts to surface water within the watershed and to guide decision-making efforts within the watershed. Several sediment reduction projects have been identified and have secured grant funding for completion, including a newly executed grant in the amount of $603,654 for road decommissioning in the South Fork of Battle Creek. Additionally, a data portal was created to store the watershed-based plan and other relevant Battle Creek watershed data and information. This data portal is hosted on the Sacramento River Watershed Program website, sacriver.org, and can also be accessed on the Battle Creek website, battlecreek.opennrm.org. In addition to hosting watershed-based plan information, the data portal also allows users to visualize available watershed data and create user-specific maps from various stakeholder databases. These are also some examples of some of the sediment delivery projects or mitigation projects within the watershed. Rock armoring to protect erosive soils during rainfall events, even though these pictures are obviously from the dry season. And much thanks to George Lowe, who's been working on this project ever since joining the NPS team. Next up, the administrative program. The regional board employs approximately 250 permanent employees and 40 temporary or part-time employees. Of those staff, 18 serve as our administrative section team. The Administrative Support Program provides administrative support and is responsible for activities that are related to budget projection and tracking, contract grant development and management, procurement, managing laboratory services, record keeping, billing, personal and human resources, recruitment, physical distribution of mail and electronic content, managing the vehicle fleet, and logistics. This past year, admin staff processed and reconciled over 1,100 employee training requests, assisted in the production and remediation of over 1,000 documents to make them Americans for Disability accessible, and assisted with and completed over 10,000 mailouts, even with COVID protocols in place. One case highlight, and this is too small for you to see intentionally, is the ERPA process. Early in the pandemic, the State Water Board's Human Resource Branch established a new paperless electronic process for completing requests for personal action, or RPAs. These are essential for filling vacancies, for position reclassifications, and for employee transfers and for processing retirements. Each step of this process requires specific staff, from administrative support to managers and supervisors, including myself, to complete certain steps to move the RPA through to completion. This electronic process allows for transparency and for the tracking of each step of the RPA through the reports, status, and archive views of the data. But the new electronic workflow model was far more complicated than the past process and was not subject to beta testing or really much training. Nonetheless, admin program staff learned this new paperless system, developed additional in-house training guides, and provided critical training to supervisors in an evolving virtual environment. During fiscal year 2021, program staff used this to process over 130 RPAs. So that's 130 hires or retires or reclassifications, and it is anticipated that the number of RPAs will increase substantially over the next fiscal year. And a lot of credit goes out. You heard her receive a Superior Accomplishment Award this morning to Brittany Elliott. This is if you were able to see close enough, which for privacy purposes you're not, she initiated just about every single one of these on this particular spreadsheet that I pulled up. A lot of that information goes through her, Kelly Garver, and Brett Braidman to process all of those particular requests. Next up, the special permitting programs. These include the ILRP, the oil fields program, the land disposal program, confined animal facilities or dairies program, mines program, the cannabis program, and the forest activities program. In the Central Valley region, there are over 30,000 irrigated agricultural operations on over 6 million acres of land. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program regulates these operations to protect beneficial uses of surface and groundwater. ILRP program staff provide oversight of coalition and grower activities and conduct compliance and outreach activities to maximize grower enrollment and compliance. This past year, program staff updated 8 ILRP general orders to include salt and nitrate control program requirements, approved 19 surface water quality management plan completions, meaning that they've solved 19 water quality programs in specific watershed areas, expanded the on-farm drinking water well monitoring program, as you heard earlier today, and approved a groundwater protection formula methodology, which is key to protecting groundwater from nitrates. Now, one thing that was completed this past year that was incredibly important was the completion of the East San Joaquin Expert Panel Review. In 2012, the Central Valley Water Board adopted the East San Joaquin General Order to regulate pollutants from agricultural lands in the East San Joaquin watershed. Environmental groups petitioned the State Water Board, asserting that surface water monitoring programs did not effectively show if water quality objectives were going to be met. In response, the State Water Board directed the Central Valley Water Board to implement an independent expert review of the surface water monitoring framework. Board staff contracted with the Southern California Coastal Watershed Research Project, or SQUIRP, to facilitate and administer the external expert review, and a stakeholder advisory group was formed to assist with the selection of a 5-member expert panel. The slides here are from a field tour that the expert panel took of specific areas in the watershed, accompanied by board staff and some of the petitioners that were challenging the order. During 2020, the expert panel was convened and the external review was conducted. This included 3 public panel meetings and multiple opportunities for public comments. The final findings and recommendations report was submitted in December of 2020 and brought to the Central Valley Water Board in February of 2021. The expert panel found that the overall East San Joaquin surface water monitoring framework met the ILRP regulatory requirements and made several recommendations to improve the monitoring program. This review is essential to the legitimacy of the board's Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and much thanks to Susan Fergain, who is the lead on this really complicated project. Next, the Oil Fields Program. Most California oil production occurs here in the Central Valley. Formation water produced with the oil, known as produced wastewater, comprises the largest volume of waste generated by oil production. Produced wastewater is typically saline and is disposed of by land application, primarily ponds, or by underground injection. The oil field program regulates oil field discharges to ensure the protection of surface and groundwaters and reviews proposed aquifer exemption applications, UIC permits, and SB4 related groundwater monitoring programs to ensure activities are protective of water quality. This past year, the oil field program oversaw multiple pond closures, inspected 64 facilities, issued 44 UIC project review letters, and reviewed 9 SB4 applications, 12 SB4 groundwater monitoring plans, and 10 SB4 groundwater monitoring reports. The program also brought the Food Safety Expert Panel white paper to the board for a final review. But the oil field program also issued several 13267 informational orders, that's under Water Code section 13267, to better understand potential impacts due to the injection of oil field produced wastewater. A United States Geological Survey publication revealed that injected fluids from injection wells completed in the Tulare Formation in portions of Lost Hills, North Bell Ridge, and South Bell Ridge oil fields may have migrated outside of areas of the aquifer that have been exempted from the protections of the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. The USGS publication concluded that groundwater in the Tulare Formation has been impacted by the injection of produced water for the purpose of waste disposal, but was unable to determine the lateral extent of these impacts. Board staff issued 5 orders under Water Code Section 13267, requiring operators in these fields to investigate and determine the lateral and vertical extent of potential impacts. In response to the orders, operators have proposed to prepare site conceptual hydrogeological characterization reports. To date, 4 reports have been submitted and are being reviewed by board staff. And a lot of thanks to Doug Wachtel, who is the key oil fields program lead for this undertaking. The land disposal program regulates the land discharge of solid and liquid waste to prevent water quality impacts. Its goals are to protect groundwater and surface water quality from contaminants associated with landfills, liquid waste surface impoundments, and other waste containment units, ensure permits are kept up to date with applicable regulations, and implement timely enforcement where necessary. This past year, the Land Disposal Program presented 8 individual permits for the board's consideration, enrolled additional dischargers under the composting general order, and conducted 23 permitting and construction-related inspections. One major new permit developed by the Land Disposal Program was the waste discharge requirements for the White Rock North Dump and Aerojet Waste Consolidation Unit in Sacramento County. In late 2019, staff were approached by Aerojet Rocketdyne regarding a proposal to build a new Class 2 landfill that would be used to contain up to 1 million cubic yards of waste soil and inert construction debris from the Aerojet landfill and various soil cleanup projects at the Aerojet Superfund site. The proposed Aerojet Waste Consolidation Unit would be located on top of a portion of the White Rock North Dump, a pre-regulation dump that had never received proper closure. Adoption of WRs would provide for the closure of the White Rock North Dump and a 97% reduction in truck traffic that would have been used to truck the waste to various landfills within the Central Valley region. For your information, building atop the old dump was technically complicated, but preferable to the establishment of a new landfill. Board staff worked very closely with the discharger, their various consultants, and local agencies throughout 2020 to facilitate a properly designed waste management unit and adoption of the associated waste discharge requirements. This project will allow for the redevelopment of valuable property for commercial use within the county, relocate waste from an unlined landfill to a lined unit, offering greater water quality protection, consolidate impacted soil that may be contributing to groundwater contamination from various parts of the Superfund site, and facilitate a proper cover over that old dump that was never appropriately closed. Next, the Confined Animals Program. The Central Valley is home to a variety of agricultural operations that rely on animals: cows, deer, sheep, goats, pigs, and poultry. Confined animal facilities are ranches where livestock are held and provided food for a significant part of the time. The goal of the Confined Animal Facilities Program is to ensure the human right to safe, clean, and affordable and accessible water by protecting waters potentially affected by discharges from confined animal facilities while preserving the benefits of a healthy and sustainable livestock industry. This past year, staff developed a process for confined animal facilities to participate as members of a third-party industry groups and CV salts, conducted 291 inspections, some of which were done by Sean, who received the award this morning, issued 4 formal enforcement orders for off-property discharges from dairies or for over-applying to land application areas, and reviewed and commented on several remediation work plans from dairies in areas of shallow groundwater. The project highlight for this year is dairy digesters. Confined Animal Facilities program staff participated in a technical advisory committee for evaluating and ranking grant proposals for dairy digesters. This effort is in support of the California Air Resource Board's plan for reducing short-lived climate pollutants, particularly methane, to address the impact of climate change. In the past 5 years, nearly $200 million of cap and trade money has been granted to fund the design and construction of approximately 120 new dairy digesters in the Central Valley. Each project involves a detailed review of a design report for the digester and pond liner and review of a post-construction report, which, in addition to the engineering aspects of the installation, includes an operation and maintenance plan and a monitoring and reporting plan to detect leakage. Last fiscal year, staff reviewed approximately 50 dairy digester design reports and completed approximately 40 post-construction report reviews to ensure that the digesters funded by the grant program are designed and built to specifications that are protective of water quality. Next, the mines program. Central Valley Water Board staff regulate 106 mine sites with known or potential water quality impacts. This is a subset of the 47,000 abandoned mine features with physical and or environmental hazards identified through California by the Department of Conservation. Discharges of waste from these mine sites can have devastating effects on receiving waters and can significantly limit or obliterate beneficial uses for miles downstream. The goal of the mines program is to eliminate surface water and groundwater impacts from past mining operations and prevent further degradation of waters of the state. This past year, mine program staff inspected 23 mines to assess site conditions, updated the board's approach to ranking the water quality threat posed by the 106 mines, and issued multiple permit amendments and renewals to enhance water quality protections for certain mine sites. Mine staff also worked on a particularly difficult situation involving the Bully Hill and Rising Star mines, which are abandoned copper mines along the Squaw Creek arm of Shasta Lake. Rising Star mine is the mine in this picture. Extensive remediation was conducted, including the installation of bulkhead seals, consolidation and capping of waste rock at the Rising Star mine, as shown here, and the diversion of Town Creek around the Bully Hill waste rock pile. In 2009, however, the bankruptcy of the property owner, Lyondell Chemical Company, resulted in the formation of the Lyondell Trust to manage $8 million for remedial activities. Between 2011 and present, the Lyondell Trust funded the construction of 2 passive treatment systems that we hoped would have eliminated a lot of the water quality impacts. However, funds are running out and the mines are still impacting the waterways. Staff requested that the trust evaluate projects that could be implemented with the remaining funds. The major projects recommended by the assessment include improvements to the Rising Star bypass channel and the Rising Star culvert system, erosion next to the containment structures in this picture, to accommodate a 100-year storm event. Implementation of the recommended project is expected to harden the mine site by providing long-term protection of the Rising Star waste rock containment cell and passive treatment system. In the center of this picture is the Rising Star spillway channel that will be hardened to prevent additional erosion. This isn't a perfect solution, but one that mitigates a significant source of pollution until the state finds a way to finance more extensive cleanup of the many mine sites like this one. And special thanks goes out to Stacy Gotham, who worked with the mine program to figure out what the solutions were with the limited funding available for these sites. Next is the cannabis program. The Central Valley Water Board's cannabis regulatory program regulates waste discharges associated with cannabis cultivation. The program's goals are to increase enrollments in the statewide general order, perform targeted enforcement in high-value watersheds, continue education and outreach to cultivators, and to coordinate with other agencies at the state and local level. This past year, the cannabis program enrolled 444 cultivators, conducted 13 outreach events, 16 compliance inspections, and 29 enforcement inspections, and got 2 administrative civil liability orders adopted. Cannabis permitting staff also conducted a major effort and enrollment in Lake County, which is one of the few permissive counties in our region. In mid-2020, the County of Lake issued a moratorium that reads, County of Lake will not accept cannabis permit applications unless the property associated is enrolled in the applicable water quality protection programs by October 31, 2020. This caused a huge influx of applications to the board. You had to have your board permit if you're going to be allowed to grow cannabis, and you had to have it quickly. In order to process the influx and the dozens of questions that came in, staff drafted a frequently asked questions document that would automatically reply to the email sent from outside the organization to a dedicated email address. This document has since grown and is an invaluable resource for saving time in reoccurring customer service interactions. Staff also evaluated the enrollment process and notice of applicability preparation process to eliminate all unnecessary steps, and this effort involved a coordinated effort with the Redding and Rancho Cordova offices and with Lake County. Before September 2020, the Central Valley Water Board had 191 Lake County paid applicants and enrollees. By October 31, just a couple months later, there were 446 enrollees in Lake County. Much thanks to Janae Fried, who is the key staff person involved in this effort. And these pics are of a grow in Lakeport, and the lake is right over the horizon, and the grow house is in Middleton. Unfortunately, I believe that was impacted by fire. I'm not sure that one is around anymore, such as the nature of growing in that area. Next is the Forest Activities Program. The Forest Activities Program seeks to prevent impacts to surface waters due to discharges of pollutants related to forest land management practices. These include sediment, petroleum products, pesticides and herbicides, and other waste materials in accordance with the state's 2004 non-point source implementation policy. This past year, staff conducted 312 inspections, executed and provided technical expertise for 9 grants or contracts aimed at improving forest lands and watersheds with legacy logging impacts, developed a prioritization tool for staff use to evaluate the need for field inspections for post-fire and utility vegetation management activities, and continued to work on a new permit for activities conducted by the U.S. Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. Staff also continued work on a forest practice program pesticide sampling project. In 2013, program staff began testing new passive and pumping sampling technology that allows for samples to be collected over longer periods of time. Initial goals included evaluating product design and producing a sampling protocol that would allow staff to monitor for multiple pesticides over a period of multiple days or weeks. Early testing resulted in multiple pesticide detections, but provided no corresponding and reliable concentration data. Program staff subsequently assisted in the development of a new laboratory methodology based off the work of the United States Geological Survey that allows for assessment of up to 155 current use pesticides, including many commonly related to cannabis cultivation and forest management activities. Staff is now working with the State Water Board's Environmental Lab Accreditation Program, or ELAB, to validate and achieve accreditation for the resulting methodology. In this picture, staff are preparing to deploy a passive sampler into North Salt Creek in Shasta County. Program staff have coordinated with our currently contracted labs to use existing methodologies that allow for limited sampling while the final ELAB methodology is being accredited. Here, staff are working with CAL FIRE to retrieve passive samplers during the winter. These samplers were deployed for 14 days and they needed to be pulled rain or snow. And here you can see one of the passive samplers called a chem catcher up close. Much thanks to Matt Boone, a senior environmental scientist in our Redding office, who really helped make this project possible. Last, but certainly not least, are the enforcement and cleanup programs, including the Compliance and Enforcement Program, the Site Cleanup Program, and the Underground Storage Tank Program. The State Water Resources Control Board and the 9 regional water quality control boards protect the waters of the state by ensuring compliance with clean water laws and taking enforcement actions when violations occur. The goals of the Compliance and Enforcement Program include protecting water quality by enforcing state and federal laws and policies, and take swift and fair enforcement actions, conduct inspections, respond to complaints, identify unpermitted sites, and apply technical expertise to ensure enforceable permits that are protective of water quality. This past year, compliance and enforcement staff conducted 1,570 inspections, issued 1,414 enforcement actions, collaborated with the City of Sacramento and other watershed partners on the cleanup of Steelhead Creek, and issued a $2.5 million penalty to address illicit discharges to Mule Creek from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. One example of the type of actions the Compliance and Enforcement Program undertakes is an ACL to the City of Jackson, California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans, and the Central Coast Financial Group. This order addresses a sewage spill to Jackson Creek by assessing a penalty in the amount of $203,000. This case stems from an incident in February of 2018 when a sewer line was damaged during overnight construction during the repair of a Caltrans storm drain lines across Highway 49 in Jackson. That's in this picture. Miscommunications and utility marking failures were to blame for this 57,000 gallon spill, which occurred due to a broken main, which is circled here. Because the City of Jackson is designated as a community with financial hardship, the City of Jackson, Caltrans, and CCFG Construction were allowed to direct payment to the city's wastewater collection system in lieu of directing the funds to the cleanup and abatement account. Using these funds, the city will provide grant funding to homeowners to replace aging private lateral lines and to improve some existing lines, which offers further protection to Jackson Creek, which is the water body shown here. Much thanks to Mohammed Farhad and Michael Fisher, who were instrumental in documenting the incident and negotiating the settlement. The Site Cleanup Program regulates and oversees the investigation and cleanup of contaminated sites. Staff overseeing investigation and cleanup actions at sites that have been impacted by releases of pollutants to soil, soil gas, groundwater, surface water, sediments, and indoor air. Site cleanup program sites include large industrial facilities, military bases, oil refineries, factories, and smaller facilities such as dry cleaners and metal plating shops. Many properties are in urban areas and environmental justice communities, and cleanup often results in contaminant removal, reduced impact to water, and economic growth. This past year, cleanup staff conducted technical review of over 1,000 site investigation, remediation, and remedial design documents. Staff continued efforts to identify sites eligible for grants through the Site Cleanup Subaccount Program and to reduce site backlog in GeoTracker. One cleanup site that exemplifies the work of the cleanup program is the former community linen site, a solvent cleanup site in Sacramento. The source of the PCE contamination is from a steam laundry facility that operated from 1957 to 1985. After buying the property between 1985 and 2007, SMUD demolished the community linen building, removed the PCE containing storage tank, and ultimately converted the property to a parking lot with a solar charging station. The board began working on the project in 2013 after a property investigation at a nearby site showed that solvents were still present. Investigations have delineated PCE and TCE in soil, soil vapor, and groundwater. A final remedial action plan was approved in March of 2021, following the distribution of a public fact sheet and virtual public meeting. Construction of the remedial systems will begin this summer. This case illustrates the value of both strong technical oversight of cleanup efforts, but also of involving the community and of getting public involvement in the cleanup efforts so that the public understands the risk posed by the sites and the approved method of cleaning the site up. Last but not least, the underground storage tank and above ground storage tank program that addresses leak prevention, provides oversight of leaking underground tank cleanups, and facilitates reimbursement to responsible parties conducting those cleanups. The goal of the program is to protect the public and the environment from the effects of unauthorized releases from USTs through the investigation and mitigation of released constituents. This past year, UST staff moved 9 stalled cases into active remediation, reviewed 90% of our open cases for possible closure, a total of 496 cases, and closed 63 cases after finding that there was no further risk to the environment or public health. Frank's One Stop in Manteca is a priority case because multiple domestic wells were impacted with the chemical constituent MTBE. We put it into the Emergency Abandoned and Recalcitrant Program, or EAR program, after the site's $1.5 million UST cleanup fund money was expended and there was no viable responsible party to fund additional work. Impacted well owners, like the owner of this residence, were offered a connection to a newly installed City of Manteca water main. Our goal was to connect the residences to the City of Manteca's water main and destroy the associated impacted domestic wells. Out of the proposed 15 residences, 9 agreed to accept water connections and destroy their wells, and 1 owner of a vacant property agreed to just have their well destroyed. By the end of this year, all well destructions and water connections have been completed, except for 1 water connection, which should be finished soon. Through the EAR program, board staff were able to find a source of affordable and safe drinking water for several residents of a disadvantaged community and remove well conduits to groundwater. And that concludes my rundown of all the board's programs, the 19 board programs, some case highlights from all of them, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I think the key word is highlights. A tremendous amount of work goes on, and it's essential and good work. I think when we talk about permits and water in the Central Valley and Region 5, we have to remember a lot of our water is exported outside of Central Valley for drinking water for elsewhere in the state of California. So we are very, very important insofar as providing a safe source of drinking water for folks, not only in this valley, but elsewhere in California. On the mines program, you know, I'm really bothered by the fact that at some time, not too distant future, we're going to see Iron Mountain possibly having funding issues. And certainly all the mines, that other mines that we have that have issues, and I think of some of the mines that are over on the east side that have arsenic issues, that we really don't have both the funding and, to some degree, the technology to be able to address those issues. At a point, I think we need to sit down and do some deep thinking on how we might better address those future problems, because as time goes by, they don't take care of themselves. We need to come up with a strategy, I think, that we don't really have right now. Once again, great work. You can go on and talk about it all day long. And I think, though, are there any other board members wishing to make comment at this time? I have one interested person.
I have something, Dr. Longley.
Go ahead, Nick.
So thanks again, Patrick. That was that was a lot, and certainly a great overview, and certainly underscores the breadth and scope of oversight of the board, which is
that's like drinking. That's like drinking from a fire hose.
Yes, and I continue to do so, but it is with great enthusiasm that I do it. So if I may focus right in on the irrigated lands program, and this is related to the conversation earlier in the agenda, but we didn't really talk about it then, but I think it's related obviously to resource allocation and sort of process going forward. I mean, we did talk about during that discussion about looking at right sizing regulatory programs that obviously justify that right sizing, and what does that look like from a process perspective, and what does that look like given everything else that staff has to do from a resource allocation perspective? I mean, help me wrap my head around process and staffing and what that effort would look like.
Well, I will say, we are not as flexible as many people may assume in terms of allocating and shifting staff resources into different program areas. That's kind of an evolution. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact You heard in the resolution that came from this morning, Brian Newman and Alex too, they used to be area engineers, essentially a jack of all trades. Hey, if something comes up in this county related to water quality, you fix it, you work on it. And we didn't even have kind of these kind of areas of expertise for staff to do. That trend is completely the other direction now. So we have very, very regimented ways of allocating staff resources and of kind of clearing staff duties and responsibilities through numerous HR steps. So if we want to shift resources from one area into another, it is a very detailed process, and one that, there's about 10 different vetoes by folks outside of our organization before that actually happens. And certainly we've made the case to do that. We've kind of shifted things around. Some of the administrative resources we've been successful at shifting around. But when we talk about right sizing, like a project like the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, I think that's probably one of those areas where there is way too much to do. And our main challenge is to see if we can cut down on, projects that aren't doing much, cut down on those projects that aren't yielding a lot of results for the amount of time that we invest in those projects. I think we do that. And we try and constantly do that. And it's kind of been a mantra of mine, because that's really the only way we keep, costs down. We are a fee-funded agency. We are not, I hear it all the time. There's a lot of people that write me angry mail, and they say you're wasted taxpayer funds, wasted this, wasted that. And I bite my tongue but in the back of my mind, I kind of say, hey, we're not really much taxpayer funded here. We are funded by the fee payers. We're funded by all the rate payers throughout the ag programs and the dairy programs, and the POTWs cut us massive checks every year. And so I think we have to be responsible with the use of those funds. And I think it makes us, try and be really, really receptive to cost considerations when we talk about our programs. And certainly there are those areas that, we are inflexible on. We have to do X, Y, and Z. But where we do have flexibility, I think that's one of the reasons we brought that program up at the first part of this board meeting, is we want to continue to focus on those areas where we can have, for lack of a better term, the biggest bang for the buck.
And just kind of managing folks' expectations on that, just out there. I mean, what does that process look like for some of these other areas? Again, I have no idea what areas we're talking about. We've sort of anecdotally referred to the potential for other areas, that might merit a further examination as to whether, some modification is justified. But just to manage expectations for folks, what does that look like from a process standpoint? Are those already being, and this is probably a little bit on the ignorance on my part, are these areas, have they been identified? Are these discussions ongoing? Is there a process that is engaged in that's been articulated, or is it more ad hoc, I guess?
Yeah, I think, to bluntly answer your question, it's ad hoc, because I think the answer really, what we have in Goose Lake, and kind of what I mentioned earlier, is really something special. In that you really can say, hey, there's really no water quality impacts due to these activities. And that's pretty unique, right? When you get from virtually zero to just a tiny bit of water quality impacts and some water quality impairments, that's a huge leap in terms of taking somebody out of a regulatory program. And that means that, at that stage, you usually have to do, some CEQA work to modify the program. I'll say our bill for the CEQA back in 2012 was, I think, about $3.5 million. So if the coalitions wanted to come up with, another budget for inflation, another $5 million to do that over again, we could certainly consider it, but that's a huge expense. We know nobody can easily kind of expend that. And so we do it very delicately. And I think the answer, the kind of way to bridge the gap while we kind of amass everything and perhaps do a wholesale revision to these orders at some point in the future, is to reduce the burdens of the program as much as possible in the interim. So I think, Sue and I mentioned Rebecca Tabor, but a lot of the other kind of managers within that program, Dana has a hand in it, really look long and hard at the irrigated lands regulatory program and look for areas where we can reduce monitoring to the extent that we're able to reduce the cost of the program. So that's kind of one of the big drivers that we do in lieu of really completely reshaping the program, which is a huge cost.
I appreciate that. Obviously, appreciate going down that rabbit hole a little bit. So we'll leave it at that. Obviously, it's a lot more there. But anyway, thanks, Dr. Longley.
Well, some programs, like, for instance, the issues we have going on now with Iron Mountain Mine, there was a huge settlement that's paying for that. But, and as was mentioned for the other mine that Patrick mentions, those monies run out. The Bully Hill mine was the one he was talking about. Those monies run out over a point of time. We've taken advantage of all the deep pockets we can find, and we're left with how do we manage them after that? Now, of course, irrigated lands has a much greater impact probably than most of the mines do, although Iron Mountain has an unbelievable impact on the Sac River. So, those are the challenges, and they're difficult. Are there any further comments?
Yes, Dr. Longley, this is Raji.
Yes, ma'am.
Patrick, I just want to say I appreciate your report. It's always so thorough, but I think also it's so important for us to realize just how much the water board covers, what the regional board does. It's so vast and it's so detailed, and it's a lot of work, and our staff is just excellent at what they are doing and dealing with. And again, I appreciate the presentation. It was thorough, concise, and again, just gives us an idea when we wrap our heads around what we have to undertake and what our staff undertakes. So again, thank you for that.
You're very welcome. I will say every year the challenge for me is cutting this down to an hour. The way it usually starts off of all the program managers, and I think they take a lot of pride in their programs, and they're short bits. If I mashed them all together, I'd probably have a 6 or 7 hour presentation. So, I usually spend almost a couple days solid kind of cutting this thing down, looking at the numbers, figuring out what's most relevant, and trying to present that to you, because the breadth of what staff does is truly extraordinary. And we're a relatively big organization. There's about 280 full-time staff here. But when you actually talk about programs like CV Salts, I think people actually assume that we're way bigger than we actually are. There's just a few people working on CV Salts behind the scenes. The irrigated lands regulatory program is just a couple dozen. We only have a couple dozen of folks involved in the dairy program and oversight, and even smaller numbers for some of the stormwater. So there's truly an outsized presence that we have. And it's largely because there's a lot of smart managers and a lot of smart staff that work to leverage the resources the best they can to make the impact that they do.
Any further comments?
Yeah, Patrick, I would just echo what everybody said, but I especially appreciated the highlights that you included in your presentation as examples. And the Sac Regional Sand Project was one that stood out. And I had some involvement in the Aerojet landfill relocation discussions. Must have been over 12 years ago. So the wheels of the private sector grind pretty slowly too, till they got to this solution. So I'm glad to see some progress there. So yeah, thanks again. And thanks to all the staff that work so hard.
Mark, I'm glad you brought up regional sand. A couple of decades ago when we started, as Patrick pointed out, we've taken out most of the discharges of nutrients to the Delta in the meantime. But when we started out a couple of decades ago, you can't believe the pushback that we were having, and people telling us it was an impossible task. Well, we've done it. We've done it with the cooperation of the agencies that we're regulating, and I have to give a lot of credit to them for stepping up and carrying out the tasks that they have at great cost. to be able to clean up the loading to the delta that we had in the past. So thank you for reminding me to talk about that. Any further comments?
Yeah, Dr. Longley, I wanted to comment on the cannabis program. I remember when it first got started and it was trying to get its footing. There was no money, and it seems now that it's definitely moving forward, and the work the staff is doing on it is great. I mean, I heard Patrick mention that it was 191 enrollments, and by the time the 2 months went by with the requirements that are put on by the state board, it went up to 444. So it's like this program has been here all the time, but I remember when it was in its infancy stages and the headaches that you guys were having to try to, you know, I think it was Clint and his staff to try to get a handle on it. So kudos for moving this program along, and all of the other programs. You know, I think the staff does a tremendous job. You did a great job. I was waiting for you to take some water, Patrick, but you never did. But to spew out all of these 18, 19 programs that are under your purview and the quality work that your staff does, it's commendable. And every year it's good to hear the work that's being done. And we really do appreciate all of the work that the staff does on behalf of quality water in our region. So thank you very much.
I thank you for saying that. You know, it is really meaningful when you make those comments. It does get back to staff, and they do enjoy feeling appreciated by you when they do their work. And I will add, I think one of the interesting things about this presentation is I didn't mention the pandemic too much. You know, we really did all of this work was done remotely. You know, staff managing challenges with childcare and managing challenges with pandemic responses and closures and things like that. It's extraordinary how dedicated our staff are to the mission, that I could give this presentation almost as if there wasn't a pandemic in effect. You know, they really did their work and got so much done, even with everything going on in the world.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank the staff for their efforts. Any further comments by board members? I'll move on then and ask Bruce Hodesholt if he desires to comment on the report.
Yeah, excellent report, Patrick. I don't envy you having to condense that 6 to 7 hours of reports from each of the 19 departments into a really comprehensive report that also is concise. There is a lot of water quality monitoring that goes on for drinking water, for environmental health, and I don't know to the extent that the regional board has thought about partnering, much like you saw in the presentation earlier, with the partnering with the UC, partnering with agencies, whether, as most of you know, I'm the vice mayor for the city of Roseville. We do a lot of water quality monitoring there, or, departments of environmental health that have long histories of doing water quality monitoring for a variety of constituents. And I don't know if there's opportunities there, and I'm speaking about the irrigated lands program, but beyond, right? To sort of focus and streamline, your program, because there has been a lot of work that's been going on for, you look at Butte County, their Department of Water Resources has been doing groundwater quality monitoring for 18 years. So just wanted to, don't need a direct answer, but I think, as part of managing the enormous workload and getting empirical data that helps you with the program, I was just wondering how you look at those programs that are those agencies that are out there doing it already, and kind of partner up with them to manage the water quality programs. I hope that made sense. It made sense in my head.
And I think the answer is we do that. There is a kind of one of the big data hubs, for lack of a better term, is the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, which is kind of really an aggregate data source that's used to develop information for our integrated report, which is kind of the health status of many of our water bodies. And you mentioned we actually kind of have multiple integrated reports going on at the same time. That actually integrates data from not just, drinking water monitoring of surface waters, but also a lot of information coming in from tribes and from nonprofits and other kind of environmental associations. And I think we've been working really hard with the state board to try and make it so that we have water quality monitoring web portals that are accessible and transparent for everybody. And that, if you pass the data standards, and we've been working really hard at making the data standards the same, so that an organization that is doing water quality monitoring under a separate permit can ingest or can have their data uploaded and ingested into entities like CDN.
Unfortunately, a lot of our data on permits, or particularly in PDS permits, is pretty much called out in federal law and state law. We have other instances, abandoned mines are a good one, where, and CV salts for that matter, where a lot of the data that we need is not data that other people are really collecting. So we have to fill an awful lot of niches, but I'm not downplaying what you say at all, Bruce. We need to have economy where we can get economy. We don't want to be the case that I heard of on a colleague of mine told about sampling on a particular point on the San Joaquin River, and two other groups are standing behind them, wait for them to get out of the way so they can go take their samples. You want to avoid those kinds of situations, and find ways to cooperate when it exists, that people are sampling and analyzing to the standards that meet your requirements. If you find those situations, you can really at times find economy.
Well, Dr. Longley, kudos to your staff, because we did find a couple situations in the Upper Feather River where the swamp program was monitoring the exact same site as the irrigated lands program, and we were able to adjust our monitoring in the program. And so I want to acknowledge that. So
you don't want to duplicate. That's a waste of money and time.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dr. Longley.
Thank you. And the other thing I'd like to just add to this, talking about CV salts, and you know this, Bruce, down the road, a lot of money is going to have to be spent on taking salt out of water and moving it somewhere. And the phase 2 study that we got from S-Salts gave us some idea, a taste of what that's going to cost. It's a horrendous cost. I tend to believe that maybe we need to be looking at an in-valley solution as much as possible. Certainly source control is part of that, whatever way you go. But beyond that, when you do get salt in water, how do you manage it? Are there other things to do? There's some good research going on now in that area. And towards that end, I've been working with UC Davis, and we are funded, and then money's coming through UC Davis by the Department of Agriculture. We were in the first steps of establishing a Center of Excellence for Salinity Management, encompassing the Southwest. We got about 4 or 5 states in this thing now. That gives us more senators and Congress people. And with Jenny going to USDA, I think we need to push this. This will allow us to use other sources of money and develop mechanisms for managing salts that are applicable not only in California, but elsewhere in the Southwest. So I think we need to look at partnerships like this, where they are, and speaking as a regional board member, where they can serve our purposes, because we have very unique purposes at times that others maybe are not able to service. But certainly I think this Center of Excellence gives us an opportunity to move forward. if it works, I think we maybe need to look at, are there other areas? I go back to mining because I just think I've been involved with the mines for a long time, abandoned mines, and I have to think that there's other solutions that we might be able to incorporate if we get the science that really validates these methods and shows that we can do them in an economical manner. Thank you. Any further comments? Well, Patrick, I thank you for a very interesting report. And really, I can only add to that, I need to thank the board staff who've been involved in carrying out all of this work under very unique circumstances. And we're looking for next year's report. So with that said, unless
I think we have a brief closed session, about 15 to 20 minutes. And
yes. And we need to sign out and go to another, if I'm not mistaken, another URL.
Yes, Chair Longley, we have another Zoom meeting specifically for the closed session.
Right.
Before we leave, however, I do need to announce the closed session item, which is item F under our closed session list, the Valley Water Management Company litigation.
Good. And after we finish, we'll come back to this site, you and I, and we will report on the closed session.
Yeah, Dr. Longley, before we go, I'd just like to, I don't know if Mindy is going to be on the meeting after, but I just wanted to acknowledge her and thank her for all the work that she's doing with us. I know our previous executive assistant, we got abbreviated minutes, we get detailed minutes, and so every now and then there might be something that is caught there, but I want to thank her for her being very prompt in her response to the board and the detailed work that she does for us. It helps us to review, go back and look at what we've done. And I really want to acknowledge her. I don't know, has she been here a year yet? Have you been here a year yet, Mindy?
I just hit 6 months actually.
Okay, well, it probably seems like a year.
That's why I want to acknowledge you, because you've been here for a short period of time and also during the pandemic, but you're doing an excellent job for us. And we're glad to definitely have you and the work that you do. Thank you so much.
Mindy, I have to echo Denise's comments. Thank you for what you do. Okay, board members and staff, I'll see you on the other side in just a couple of minutes.
Shall I list when you'll return?
Can you send us the email for the connection to the closed session?
Yes, I can resend it out right now to everyone. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. Nope, I did. Hi, Patrick.
And Bob's back.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
I think you can unmute now, Carl.
Finally. Thank you, Bob.
Gene did all the hard work. I supervised.
Bob just doing it to harass me. Very good. The board, the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board met in closed session to discuss an item that in which they have been involved in litigation with another party. This was an information item only. No action was taken by the board. The meeting is now closed, and the board will meet again for the 577th board meeting on October 14th in Chico, and the following day in Redding, California. For the Chico meeting is a tour. The next day is a formal board meeting discussing items on the agenda. And there can be changes based upon what happens with the COVID scene. So stay tuned. Thank you very much. And thank you, Patrick, and thank you, staff and board members for a very productive board meeting.
All right. Thanks so much. Take care. Till next time.
Bye.
JJ, I've got a moment now.
Okay.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
We'll leave this one just because it's up for recording.
Yeah.